YouTube.
Mike, I'm going to get you to keep your video and your recording off and your audio off right now, please. Thanks.
All right then. Sound check, presenter's laptop. Sound check, presenter's laptop. Presenter's laptop, sound check, 9:03 a.m., November 23rd, General Issues Committee budget meeting. Presenter's laptop, sound check, presenter's laptop, 9:05 a.m., General Issues Budget Committee meeting. Happy Monday. Presenter's laptop, sound check. Presenter's laptop, sound check. GRC budget, November 23rd, 2020, blah, blah, blah. Thank you very much for your patience.
Okay, you going live? Let me know when you do. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome to the General Issues Committee budget meeting for Monday, November 23rd. When I would like to call the meeting to order, members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website. As well, a reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during committee meetings, and members are reminded of the 5-minute time limit, which will be adhered to during this meeting. Members can submit another request to speak if they require more time to ask questions or to make comments. And I will commence a roll call. Please indicate your presence when I call your name. Mayor Eisenberger.
Good morning, present.
Good morning, sir. Councillor Wilson.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning. Councillor Farr.
Good morning.
There he is. Good morning, Councillor Farr. Councillor Nan. I've not seen Councillor Nan yet. I'm sure she'll be along. Councillor Marula. Councillor Marula.
He is there. He is there.
Sorry. He's there. He's there. Councillor Collins.
Good morning, Madam Chairman.
Good morning. Councillor Jackson.
Ward 6 has joined you.
I'm glad that Ward 6 is here. Councillor Pauls.
And Ward 7 is here. Thank you.
Ray. Ward 7's accounted for. Councillor Danko.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Clark.
Ward 9 is bringing up the rear. Thank you.
I'm not even going to comment on that one. Councillor Pearson.
Present. Thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Ferguson.
Good morning, Arlene.
Good morning, Lloyd. Councillor Whitehead. Is Councillor Whitehead joining us?
No, Councillor Whitehead will not be here today.
Okay. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning. Okay, Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
No, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, there are no changes to the agenda.
Wonderful. May I please have a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda as presented? Moved by Councillor Paul, seconded by Councillor Pearson. And we do need an electronic vote.
And the vote is
There it
open.
is. Pressed. I see none. So we'll move along. Item 6, we're on to staff presentations. Item 6.1 is Electric Utilities Water, Wastewater, and Storm 2020 Service Activity Report. It's report FCS 20072. Linus Medelis, I'm not sure that I've said your name before.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm just going to introduce who you are. Oh, getting feedback. Can you? That just started. I don't seem to have heard myself twice there. Okay, sorry, Linus. Acting Vice President Customer Service from Electra will provide the presentation for item 6.1.
Madam Chair, Mayor Eisenberger and City Hamilton Council for the opportunity to present Electra's water services report, which had been historically provided by Eileen Campbell, who has since retired, but continues to lend her expertise as an advisor to the customer service team. So as an introduction, my name is Linus Medelis, and I'm supporting Electra in the role of Acting Vice President of Customer Service. And we also have with us Blair Pepperdy, Vice President, Government and Corporate Relations, Michael Frazina, Specialist, Government and Industry Relations, and Shelley Parker, our Director of Customer Operations, all to help support any questions at the conclusion of the presentation. At this point, I will attempt to share my screen. I'd like to confirm if the presentation is visible.
Yes, it is. Thank you. Yes, it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
by way of background, Electra Utilities is Canada's largest municipally owned electricity distribution company, delivering electricity to approximately 1 million customers in the greater Golden Horseshoe area. Electra also provides water billing services to the municipalities of Guelph, Hamilton, Markham, and Vaughan, serving a total of approximately 410,000 customers, water customers, and that's inclusive of approximately 155,000 water customers in Hamilton. As you can all appreciate, COVID-19 has had a profound impact on the communities we serve, our customers and business operations in 2020. In March, Electra Utilities enacted its emergency operations plan. Although the emergency operations status was lifted in June, the COVID pandemic continues to be an evolving health and economic crisis, and Electra's response continues to evolve as well. From the initial onset of the pandemic, customer service deployed teams to work from home, with priority being placed on critical activities, specifically related to billing, payment processing, customer support, and new services and connections. Electra has focused its efforts on customer relief measures, including we had waived late payment charges for residential and small business customers from April 15th through to August 30th. And in working with the City of Hamilton, we also waived late payment charges for water, wastewater, and stormwater charges. We also accelerated the return of approximately $12 million in commercial security deposits to support customers' ability to pay Electra, and implemented multiple customer financial relief programs, including multiple rate changes. And they were framed by the fundamental time of use rate change in consideration to, customers shift from working from home and the change to their consumption patterns as well. This was really underscored by the most recent introduction of customer choice as it relates to time of use rates and versus a fixed tiered rate structure, which was recently introduced at the beginning of November. We also introduced COVID-19 Energy Assistance Program called SEEP for both residential and small business customers, with almost $2 million combined funds allocated to Electra to support qualifying customers. In May 2020, Council further approved interest-free loans to cover the cost of private lead service line replacement for low-income homeowners. And most importantly, I believe that Electra continues to act as an advocate for all customers to establish flexible payment options to help manage growing customer arrears, especially for our most vulnerable customers. To switch focus to some service highlights, in 2020, Electra's suite of services for the city included meter reading, bill calculation, printing, mailing, electronic bill presentation, oversight and administration of city procedures and programs related to water and wastewater services, payment processing, account collections, including the administration of payment plans, and also the availability of web-based portals for our customers so that they get access account and consumption information online, with a section of our website dedicated to customer water education, including water and wastewater storm billing explanations, understanding your water bill rates, water saving tips, and many other pieces of information regarding billing policies. And here are some water service highlights for 2020. We created 1,600 accounts, issued over 52,000 arrears notices, while seeing a drop in the number of arrears transferred to tax roll, as well as a reduction in the total arrears from 4.2 million to 3.8 million. Mainly that was due to the reduction of tenanted water accounts as they transition to landlords and owners. And we also increased our pre-authorized payment penetration by 6% and held steady on meter reading success rates and leak adjustments administered. And with respect to tracking and reporting, Electra provides a variety of reports to manage the water billing activities, including exception handling. These statistical and summary reports are sent to the city each month to help support analysis and program oversight. And they include things like billing detailed reporting, leak adjustment summaries, non-metered account listings, large water users, revenue reports by rate class, among many others. And we also wanted to touch on customer privacy today. A renewal agreement was executed that extends Electra and the City of Hamilton's contract out to December 31st, 2024. As part of that agreement, additional focus was provided to ensure due diligence is practiced by Electra and its contractors regarding privacy and customer information. This issue was addressed due to concerns raised by the city in early 2019. And although it was confirmed that a breach of customer data did not occur, that the renewal agreement establishes requirements to ensure appropriate security and other measures are in place to minimize that possibility. So what's next? Electra's forward-looking focus is squarely on improving customer experience as a way to increase customer satisfaction and loyalty, while creating opportunities to streamline and create more efficient operations. Employees and customers are at the center of decision-making at Electra. Our intention is to keep pace with customer expectations. And our focus is on creating value and improving our customer experience. And our customer experience roadmap is truly framed by optimizing systems and simplifying business processes, which really tend to improve efficiencies and also drive customer towards more digital channels and personalized engagement, inclusive of things like smart forms and electronic bill presentment. They're forming things like intuitive self-service platforms with high customer value. We also plan to deliver on what we call integrated insights and analytics to proactively engage customers, to provide things intelligent type of advice for our customers. And at the same time, we want to work with and continue to work with the city to develop key performance indicators to help inform decisions and to track against standards and targets. But I think most importantly, and reflective of the current COVID-19 environment, Electra will continue to work and coordinate activities with the provincial government, local communities, and to provide customers the support that's needed. To continue to look ahead, Electra also continues to make strategic investments in Hamilton to improve electricity reliability with $53 million invested in 2020. Although we were certainly tested with the major wind event of a week ago on November 15th, impacting over 205,000 customers in Electra service territory with multiple broken poles and sustained outages as the wind speeds approach the sustained 90-kilometer-hour mark, and appreciating the importance of the customer experience and our ability to provide critical power outage information to our customers in a timely and really consistent manner. Electra is working towards the release of a new outage management system in 2021. And I think lastly, and importantly, we are also have a very important and complex integration project planned to consolidate our enterprise-wide customer information system, and that's our meter to bill platform with the legacy Guelph Hydro's customers. So it's really unifying the billing platform across our entire Electra service territory. With that, I'd like to thank you for your time today and hope the information presented was helpful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Are there any questions?
Are there any questions of the presenter?
Linus, could you put the your sharing down, please?
Sure.
Madam Chair, we're getting
double feedback.
Yes, I am aware of that.
We are trying to fix that in here. It may also be coming through Linus's headset, and there's probably nothing we can, sorry, through his laptop, and there's probably nothing we can do. Thank you. Linus, if you go down to the bottom of your screen, there should be a share button at the bottom of your WebEx screen. You can click to unshare. The very bottom of your WebEx screen. Or at the top, you'll see File, Edit, and then Share at this as well. You're still in your PowerPoint. Go to the top of your WebEx screen, and you should be able to unshare. Sorry, folks, we're not able to see anybody until he's unshared his screen. Lorraine? Perfect. It's all good now. Thanks, folks.
Thank you, Linus. Okay, and so do we have speakers? I'm sorry. The
I show no speakers on the speakers list.
No speakers. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your presentation and all of the information. And I would like to have a mover and a seconder to receive the presentation. Moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Pearson, and the vote will be electronic, so it will be on your screen in a minute.
And the vote is up.
Which is the 2021 recommended water, wastewater, and stormwater budget, FCS 20073. Andrew Grice, Director of Hamilton Water, will provide the first portion of the presentation for item 6.2, and Brian McMullen, Director of Financial Planning, Administration and Policy, will continue with the balance of the presentation. Andrew, you can begin whenever you're ready.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Just give me a second here to get my presentation up. And I hope that is showing on your screen, everybody.
Perfectly.
Okay. So good morning, everybody. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council. It is my pleasure to kick off the 2021 rate budget process today. As the chair just mentioned, I will be taking you through the first part of the presentation, and then Brian McMullen will be taking you through the financial details. Before I jump in, I do want to thank our corporate services and as well as our public works teams for all their effort to put together this year's presentation. And in particular for my team, I want to thank Ryan Doyle for all his hard work and patience in putting together my part of the presentation today. So similar to the last couple of years, you'll see this is just our agenda today. We're going to talk about some of the highlights from 2020, talk about where we're going in 2021. I will talk about the state of our infrastructure, and then I'll touch very highly on some of the financial details before Brian jumps into all the nitty-gritties. These are our services that we provide in our program on a water, wastewater, and stormwater service alignment. These are certainly well aligned with the service delivery profile that was completed a number of years ago. And then I'm going to jump right into our performance and statistics. And these slides have been shown the last couple of years, but I continue to update them every year because I do think they provide a very good snapshot into our system. Just a reminder that as a department, Hamilton Water owns and operates over $10 billion worth of core water, wastewater, and stormwater assets. And we do have a slide for water, wastewater, and stormwater here for you today. A couple of things that stand out to me on the water side are 615 lead service replacements year to date. I think that is a really strong shine. So this program continuing to be a very strong success. We've also collected close to 40,000 samples in our drinking water system, as well as at our water treatment plant to ensure our drinking water quality remains safe. And our system continues to grow. I looked back at a presentation from a few years ago, and we've actually added over 50 kilometers of water mains to our assets in the last couple of years. So as the city grows, so does our assets. On the wastewater side, we have 78 active sewer discharge permits, and this results in about $6.5 million of revenue, which we expect to be about 7.5 at the end of the year. We're also continuing to be open for business. So certainly 2020 has been a unique year, but our team has reviewed close to 1,400 development applications. And on the wastewater side, we've collected over 60,000 samples within our system and for regulatory purposes, as well as at our plant to ensure our process is optimized at all times. On the stormwater side, just a reminder, we did take over the stormwater program in February of 2019, so still early days for us, and we're still lots of things to be learned. Some of the elements that stand out for me here are our stormwater ponds. So we have added 8 new stormwater ponds to our inventory in 2020, and we expect that number to grow by about 25 in the next couple of years. And we had to modify our rain barrel sale this year to a completely online format due to COVID, but that was still a massive success with close to 1,500 rain barrels sold. We also have 2 stormwater pumping stations within our inventory. I do expect that number to grow in the coming years as we start to build for the future and try to take into account some climate change initiatives. This slide here, slide number 8, talks about the performance of our system, and it breaks down our treatment facilities at Woodward as well as at Dundas. For our Woodward wastewater treatment plant, we are back down to about 74-75% capacity utilization. This is a good news story for us after a few years of elevated flows. Am I on slide 8 on my presentation? Yes, everyone? Okay, sorry. My screen looks like it's showing that I have not advanced my slides, so I just wanted to check with everybody. We're at 74% capacity utilization. That is a good news story for us. As I mentioned, we had some elevated lake levels that really increased flows to our facility the last couple of years. So it's nice to see us back down to a more comfortable level. This is something that we'll continue to monitor to see what the impact of COVID was on our wastewater flows, and something that our team will be looking into more in 2021. We are celebrating 40 months of continuous compliance at Woodward, and this is a strong accomplishment for us. We lost our 130-plus month continuous compliance record in 2017 due to high lake levels, but we have not had a blip on the radar since that point. And from a green energy perspective, we continue to push forward a number of great initiatives. Our cogeneration facility, which creates electricity and heat that we use in our process areas, generated about 8,000 megawatt hours, and our biogas purification unit, which creates renewable natural gas that we can inject back into the gas grid, generated about 43,000 gigajoules year to date. We really are industry leaders on this front. Our cogeneration facility has been in place since 2006, and we have our biogas facility in place since 2012. And to my knowledge, we are still the only municipality with a biogas facility at a wastewater plant. Our Dundas plant is our little brother to Woodward, and it is certainly quite smaller, and it is a regulated facility for us. We try to throttle the amount of material that we push to that treatment plant to lessen the impact on Desjardins Canal and Cootes Paradise. So flows there remain very constant year over year, and any excess flows are pumped over to Woodward for full treatment. At that facility, we're at 67 months of continuous compliance, and that is a major accomplishment. There is very strict daily loading targets that we must meet there, and 67 months of compliance is something that our team is extremely proud of. At our water treatment plant, our production continues to be on par with the 5-year average, despite the kind of COVID-19 impacts. And the team continues to work very hard to non-run our facility during peak hours and during on high demand days. And this is resulting in about a $4.5 million cost avoidance with our global adjustment program. So lots of good news story from our systems there. As I move on to talk about some of the 2020 highlights, I am not going to go through every single bullet that you'll see on the following slides because there are a number of them, but I wanted to put them up there so that you could ask questions about them as you see fit. So we do try to align all of our work to the corporate strategic plan, and although Hamilton Water and Public Works is often seen as the clean and green team and the built infrastructure, we are represented in really all of these corporate priority areas. So one of the things I did want to talk about in 2020 was our wastewater quality management system. I think this is a big accomplishment for us. So you're all aware of your regulatory obligations under the Safe Drinking Water Act for our drinking water system. And similar to that approach, we started to develop a wastewater quality management system. This is not a regulatory requirement, but there are some other municipalities that are moving in this direction, and we want to be seen as leaders in this industry. It provides better visibility and security into our wastewater system, but I do want to make it very clear that this doesn't mean we don't have these processes and policies and governance structure in place right now. The quality management simply formalizes this into a central system. It aligns the work to the 21 key elements of the program, like emerging trends, infrastructure reviews, gap analysis, financial planning. And it also set up an annual reporting program for us to report to council. We did hold a naming competition internally with our staff to develop the overarching policy, and we came up with CLEAN. I think that fits very well with our drinking water system. On that side, we have SAFE, and now we have CLEAN. So SAFE and CLEAN for our water and our wastewater policies. You will hear a lot more about this program at the Public Works Committee meeting in December, where our manager, Carrie Vanderperk, will be walking through this, as well as bringing our operational plan forward for council endorsement. Some other highlights in 2020, we are moving away from our 3 Ps, or our successful program with our heroes, the Duchess of Sorel, Sir Richard III and Sir Peter. We are moving to focus on another culprit in our system, which is fats, oils, and greases, and you'll start to see more information about that coming out very shortly. We have also launched our CSO and wastewater treatment plant bypass mapping to the public to provide full visibility into our system when we have bypasses and overflows occurring. This is a great step up in providing transparency into our system, as well as showing people how our system actually works. On the water main side, we've been pushing forward with some C-factor testing, and this provides great value, especially in our older downtown core, where we have some aging water mains. This will allow us to measure flow between different sections of water main, allow us to realign our priorities for relining and replacement to make sure that we're meeting our levels of service in our system. On the capital side of life, we continue to push forward a large volume of capital work, just like we do every single year. By year end, we expect to be about $125 million of capital spent, and that's just on our vertical assets. On top of that, there is all the linear work that is coordinated with roads through Gord McGuire and Erica Waite's team. And some of the bigger ticket items that stand out to me here are the Airport Employment Growth District. So 2 of the 3 pumping stations will be complete at the end of 2020. That is going to be going a long way to allow us to service the needs of the ever-growing airport industry, which is great. And the other one that stands out to me here is the new Linden well system. So this has been a long-standing initiative, and it reached substantial completion in the summer of 2020. There was a lot of additional work that had to go along with this program, such as the installation of 42 valves and 25 post hydrants throughout the system, which allows us to flow and ensure we can maintain water quality throughout the distribution system out there. And over the next 8 months, we'll continue to work with public health to evaluate the system maturity and hopefully be removing that drinking water advisory in the near future. Overall, that was a $7.5 million initiative for the small community of Linden. Another 2020 highlight is the successful completion of our Biosolids P3 project that reached substantial completion in May of this year. Many of you have been along for this very long journey, which started back in about 12 years ago with the Biosolids Master Plan. Then in 2011, the city started to pursue a public-private partnership with P3 Canada, and the successful proponent for that was Harbor City Solutions. Construction started back in 2017 and moved very quickly. The P3 model provides funding to offset some of the capital needs, and the city's interests are very well protected through a comprehensive long-term operating agreement with our operator. Despite some hiccups in our process last week that many of you are aware of, the operating wing of this seems to be running very smoothly to date. I've included this slide the last couple of years because it really just gives some visibility into some of the programs that our customers access most frequently. So our protective plumbing program, which is really better known as our backwater valve program, continues to be very active. We've installed close to 300 backwater valves this year to date. And since program inception in 2009, we've actually spent over $24 million in grants on this program. And the city is, I think, one of the only, if not the only, remaining municipality that provides full coverage for this program. Our sewer lateral management program saw 511 inspections year to date, which is kind of on par with normal. I mentioned earlier our lead service replacement program has been very active, so 615 services replaced so far to date. Another number on there is our size and type inspection, so that calls for us to go out to homes to verify material and size of service in people's homes. That number continues to be very high the last few years, and that is due to all of our efforts from outreach, mail outs, community calls, as well as there's been a lot of interest in lead and drinking water from council in the media, which is great because it's helping us spread our message. And then finally, our corrosion control program, which has been in place now for just over 2 years, and we are seeing some great results in lead and drinking water at the tap. We'll be wrapping up a study to kind of look at the 2-year overview of the corrosion control program, and we will present that to council in early Q1 of 2021. And although we are seeing great success with the corrosion control program, it is still best interest for everybody to replace their lead service. That is the best way to protect you and your family, but having our corrosion control program in place is certainly providing an added benefit. Climate change is a key priority area for this term of council and something that all divisions and departments are really trying to strive to achieve. And in water, in the water department, in order to move water and wastewater throughout our system, we use a lot of energy. We are one of the biggest energy users in the city with an annual bill of about $11 million. And because of this, anything that we do within our facilities can have a huge impact on our energy consumption and our carbon footprint. On every facility that we retrofit, we look for high efficiency motors. We put variable frequency dives in when appropriate. We also look at LED lighting fixtures within these facilities. And while these might seem like small initiatives, when you run 100 plus facilities across the city, that can actually have a very significant impact. Over the 10-year plan, we have a large number of initiatives are underway that will be addressing climate change. And I do want to point out that although this slide suggests $674 million towards climate change, that is the total project dollar value. So a large portion of that is for asset replacement, but it's very difficult to piece out what element of that is geared towards climate change. But nevertheless, there are a number of initiatives that will be helping us from a flood protection perspective, as well as reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. Some recent examples that I can highlight here are the installation of our anti-stagnation valves in our drinking water system. And prior to the installation of these devices, water would move through our pressure districts 24/7 to maintain water quality. We've installed these devices, which allow us to control the time and the volume of water moving between districts, and that actually represents about a $400,000 annual savings on our electrical bill. So very significant for a relatively small investment. We're also working on a number of studies with other municipalities and partners, one of those being the Natural Asset Inventory Plan. This is an effort with the Royal Botanical Gardens, the Halton Regional Conservation Authority, Halton Region, as well as the City of Burlington, looking at our natural assets and providing value to our wetlands and our forests and our green spaces. And we're also working with other GTHA municipalities looking at climate change impact studies. This is providing visibility on our short, our medium, and our long-term impacts and allowing us to build those into our future planning exercises. One of the newer initiatives that we've just kicked off is the review and update of our intensity, duration, frequency curves, probably more commonly referred to as our IDF curves. These are what we use for planning exercises and making sure that we are building our system for the future. This is becoming very important, and you don't have to look too far back. We had a very significant rainstorm in August of this year. It was primarily impacted Lower City Ward 1, but this is something that is becoming very common where we see these strong storms coming through, and it's important that we're planning our infrastructure to address those accordingly. Our Clean Harbor program, I usually show you a video of kind of some construction updates, but doing that via WebEx was likely not going to work due to video and audio lag. So we'd have created another video this year to show what's been accomplished in the last 12 months. And that, as well as a lot of other great information, is available at our city website, hamilton.ca/Clean Harbor. Encourage you to go there and take a look. Construction is moving along quite well, and hopefully if things return to a little bit more of a normal, be happy to take anyone down there for a walk and show you some of the activity that's going on. For the Randall Reef project in particular, and just a reminder, we are one of 13 contributors to this project that is led through Environment Canada. Phase 1 has been complete, and that is an enclosure of over 6 hectares of some of the most contaminated coal tar areas in Randall Reef. Phase 2 is underway, and as of October, we're about 70% completing the dredging activities, which is great, and things are moving along quite well. There is some delays in tendering for Phase 3 due to COVID impacts, but looking to have that awarded kind of late 2021, and then construction there to follow. Certainly a pretty substantial initiative. It was just highlighted in a few of the industry magazines, all the great work happening here in collaboration with all of our partners. For the Woodward upgrade project in general, this is commonly referred to as WHOOP, and this is the $340-ish million investment we are making at our wastewater treatment plant. It consists of some asset replacement as well as new process technology that will allow us to improve our effluent quality, and this is a huge step towards Hamilton delisting Hamilton Harbor in the future. The project is split up into 3 main contracts. Contract 1 is for the main pumping station. It was awarded back in 2017 and is moving along quite well. We did experience some delays due from forming and pouring of concrete as well as some COVID impacts, so we are slightly behind schedule, but the team is working very hard to try and make up any ground that they can. Contract 2 is for our electrical upgrades, and this is the installation of new 13.8 kilovolt power around our entire facility, as well as full backup power for both our water and our wastewater plant. That is progressing very well and is on track to be done in June of 2021. And then the final project is our tertiary treatment upgrade, and that is the big project that is going to improve our effluent quality. So once complete, we will see a significant reduction in total phosphorus, total solids, as well as ammonia loadings leaving our facility and making its way into Hamilton Harbor. That project was awarded in 2019, and construction is well underway, as you'll see in the next slide, some of the photographs. We have experienced some delays here due to contaminated soils, but again, the contractor is working with the city to try and get back on the original plan schedule. We have been talking to our colleagues in both the federal and provincial government about these schedule slippages, and certainly they haven't raised any alarm bells. We are well within the allotted timelines for our funding requirements. The next slide just shows some of my description in words there. You can certainly see the main pumping station on the left, and contract 1 is coming along quite well. The superstructure is basically complete now, and it is quite a beautiful facility that is very visible from Woodward Avenue. Electrical building, all the generators were installed and the footprint's done. And then contract 3 for our tertiary upgrade is certainly a little bit farther behind because it was the last one to be awarded construction, but a lot of activity has occurred in the last 8 months. Myself not being located at the Woodward facility very often anymore due to COVID, I'm quite surprised the infrequent times that I do visit the site, how quickly construction is actually progressing there. Going to move to focus on some of the challenges and opportunities that we saw in 2020. And as you can imagine, we have a very regulated business, so any legislative change that we see come our way does have a fairly significant impact on our operations. Some things that stand out in 2020 are the release of a new water main disinfection procedure, which we must be compliant with by February of 2021. It's not overly complex, but any procedure change like this requires us to update our policies and procedures internally and then train our staff to make sure they know what to do. So minor changes like this do require work on our end. Allocation capacity, construction dewatering, and stormwater source control are really all related, and they're about protecting our wastewater system from excess flows. When you have a combined sewer system and a lot of interest in intensifying development in that downtown core, it's very important that we closely monitor this, and you will see this reflected in our FTE requests for 2021. From an operational perspective, utility encroachments continue to be a little bit of a challenge. I think I can leave it at that. The picture in the middle on the left really speaks volumes. Good luck trying to fix that water main break underneath all of the other utility infrastructure there. And another thing that has popped up this year in the last 2 years is a significant increase in the number of spills calls coming to us. That is reflected in that lower chart there where you've seen basically a twofold increase in the number of calls coming in. This is due to 2 reasons. One, we have taken over our stormwater portfolio, so there are extra calls coming our way. And secondly, there is more community and visibility into this program after the Shadok spill. So we do treat every spill very seriously. We have a KPI of response in 1 hour, and we do often get requests coming in from the ministry, other stakeholders such as Environment Hamilton, and we are working very collaboratively with them. They often require additional reporting and follow-up, which is fairly time-consuming for our team. And you know, a lot of times when we go out on site, we don't find a whole lot of material associated with the spill. And really, it's very similar operation to how our system is intended to operate. And I know that is not our ideal state, but when you have a combined sewer network, that is just the reality. So we do treat these very seriously. But what it does do is it takes us away from, or takes that team away from some of their other core priorities. And this is also the group that mandates and enforces sewer discharges from our ICI sector into our wastewater system. So it's really a struggle for us to try and balance all of those loads. So that's something that we're looking to continue working at in 2020, but certainly appreciate community's interest in this program, and certainly we cannot be everywhere. So information that we get is great news to help us fine tune our business. Another opportunity that came up in 2021 is our 50-row drinking water supply. So you are likely aware that we sell water to Haldimand County as well as the region of Halton, but we also buy water from Grimsby for a very small section of Ward 10 near the regional border. We're in the process of renegotiating a new memorandum of understanding with Grimsby to satisfy some of the ministry requirements, but we've also completed a study to look at converting that to a Hamilton supplied system. Right now with the Grimsby rate, we pay about $2.77 a cube, which is, you know, fairly substantial. And the study had looked at, you know, for some minor capital investment in land acquisition and in road work, we could actually convert that system to a Hamilton supply with a medium-term payback of 14 years. But more importantly, from my perspective, it gives us full ownership and control over our drinking water system. Money has been carried in 2021 for design, and construction for this will follow in 2022. If we look a little bit further out into the future, some of the challenges that we see are low impact development and the governance model associated with that, really changing the way we are going to be operating our business. And as private developments continue to get approved with these LID features in place, how do we develop an enforcement strategy to make sure that they are there today and into the future and not impacting systems downstream? The provincial changes to lead in drinking water have not changed yet to reflect the Health Canada's guidelines of 5 ppb, but certainly something that we're keeping our eye on very closely, as it could have an impact on our program. And from a system performance perspective, climate change continues to be a significant impact for us, whether it's high lake levels, more frequent storms. We have not had frozen services in a few years, knock on wood, but that certainly is some of the challenges that we face within our business. Sorry, and so I have a couple slides to talk about Shadok, some of the work that we're doing, as well as a brief update on the order that was received on Friday. So I know we've had a lot of discussions about Shadok over the last couple of years with Council, and while we certainly cannot undo the fact that the spill occurred, I did want to highlight some of the good initiatives that are underway right now. So we have completed a number of assignments. We've completed our Shadok Creek Environmental Risk Assessment, the Coots Paradise Environmental Impact Evaluation. We completed our floatable study, which was presented to Council in June or July of this year. We've also updated our CSO facility inspection study, and we're also implementing some of the changes from that, which is including some redundant features on our gates and as well as our monitoring equipment, which is a good news story. And then from a community engagement perspective, we have released videos on how our CSO system works, with a particular focus on the main King tank. We have also completed our public-facing real-time overflow portal on our website, which has been very active since its launch. Some other things that are currently ongoing is a water quality study within the Shadok catchment area itself. This aims to explore ways to improve water quality in the area, and it's very collaborative with our stakeholders. And actually, you can see that in the picture there on the top left. That's one of the recent site walks with RBG, looking at some of the potential solutions and next steps. I do want to correct a statement that I made at opening budget meeting a couple of weeks ago, when I was asked if there was any money earmarked in our capital budget to address some of the Shadok items. There is a small amount of money associated with this study in 21, 22, and 23 to try and tackle some of the low-hanging fruit. So I believe we have about $3 to $4 million earmarked for some of these initiatives. I would say this is probably a drop in the bucket in terms of what we actually need to do there, but certainly something will allow us to tackle some of these low-hanging fruit very quickly. We're also working on our CSO outfall monitoring and feasibility study. That came as a direction from Council, from Councillor Clark, to look at what it would take to put monitoring and visibility on all these facilities. We are working our way through that, and it looks like in order to achieve that, we would have to install devices at about 130 locations. So we are still working our way through what that means from a financial perspective, but certainly something that is well underway. And as we move forward in 2021, we do have a few construction activities that are getting ready to ramp up. Real-time control phase 2 will start in 2021, and that is going to have a pretty significant impact on Cootes Paradise, Chedoke Creek, as well as our broader watersheds. RTC, or real-time control, is an intelligent solution that allows gates to speak to one another and then maximizes the latent storage that we have in our system, as opposed to overflowing at a preset elevation of a gate. Some of the work of this project is located in Red Hill Creek, but a majority of the $6 million initiative is focused in the lower West End city, which incorporates Cootes Paradise. I do want to point out that this project is not a reaction to the Chedoke Creek spill. This is, council has made investments over the last number of years to help with our environmental stewardship and monitoring of our combined sewer system. This went through conceptual design, detailed design, and we are now in a state where we can move forward with this program, but it will have a very significant impact on some of the hot spots like Sterling outfall and giving us better control over those areas. We are also working very closely with our stakeholders, what we're calling our Watershed Management Committee. Stakeholders for this include the Barrier Restoration Council, the Royal Botanical Gardens, the Hamilton Harbor Remedial Action Plan Office, as well as the Conservation Authority. We're working on a terms of reference, and I have actually restructured my team within Hamilton Water to provide a position to give some oversight and leadership and move this along. I'm currently in the recruitment process for that right now, and this committee will be focused on action as opposed to planning. So we're going to be leveraging the work that's coming out of the study in Chedoke Creek and putting together a capital implementation plan that we can bring forward to council. And based on the types of investments that we want to make, we can prioritize where we're going to see the best return on our investment. That being said, the work that's represented on this slide is about $7.5 million of work that's been is going to have a positive impact on Cootes Paradise and Chedoke Creek. I also wanted to provide an update on the staffing resources that were approved last year as part of our budgetary process. So you'll recall that council approved 4 staff for boots on the ground inspections and 1 staff member for water quality or surface water quality monitoring. COVID did delay the recruitment of these team members, but they have been in place since the summer and we are making fairly good progress. I will report back in middle of 2021 after we've had 10 months of work under our belt to give a more detailed overview, but I did want to make sure I captured it today. Our water quality technologist is performing an inventory of all of our stormwater assets, and they're also looking at gap analysis for where we have our monitoring activities occurring. They're working with our external stakeholders on sampling locations as well as processes for collecting and sharing of that data, which is very important. The operator team consists of an actual operator, a millwright, an electrician, and an instrumentation technician. So really a multidisciplinary team that can find and address fixes on the spot. Right now, they are focused on critical control points within our system, and they've inspected 22 locations at a high level within our facility since coming on board in late summer. They have really looked at, again, the critical control points, validating ECAs and process control narratives, but they have done a couple deep dives, and Main King is one of the facilities has been walked through in great detail. Some of the things that we're finding are, broken seals on some of our actuators, some electrical repairs that need to be made. Some of our pumps are not running as efficiently as they should, which would reduce our pumping capacity. So nothing overly concerning, but really it's finding these and doing the proper maintenance, which allows us to avoid future emergencies and make sure that this equipment actually works when you need it. So these efforts are relatively small, but they are very meaningful for us. And thanks to council, the addition of these resources allowed us to really start moving the yardsticks on a preventative maintenance program for our wastewater assets. I did add just last minute a very quick overview of the Chedoke Creek order. So as everyone is aware, there was an additional ministry officer's order issued against the city last Friday. We are still reviewing this in detail, and there's a lot of meetings happening while I'm on this call right now for budget. But essentially, it looks at targeting dredging within Chedoke Creek, as well as a plan for offsetting impacts to water quality in Cootes Paradise. And when I look at the offsetting water quality into Cootes Paradise, this is really in line with what we are doing with our stakeholders right now through this Watershed Advisory Committee, as well as the work that we're doing on the Chedoke Water Creek or watershed study. Really, I think we are very in line with the ministry here, although maybe on a slightly accelerated schedule, but certainly continue to work with the ministry and very collaboratively, and we both share the common interest of improving our environment. I believe there will be more information on this shared with council at council meeting on Wednesday. As I start to look forward into 2021 and some of the things that we are going to be working on, I did mention that stormwater moved to Hamilton Water in 2019, and we continue to look towards process improvements. There are lots of gaps in our operational or planning activities that need to be addressed, and how we stack these up against other capital needs, such as our drinking water and our wastewater system, continues to be a challenge for us. We are also working through various bylaw updates. Our sewer use bylaw has had a couple of public information centers in 2020, another one coming up in 2021 to incorporate the construction dewatering elements, and we should be back in front of committee late 2021 or early 2022 with an updated bylaw. Our waterworks bylaw is about 70% complete now, and hoping to be in front of council in mid-2021 with an update on that. These are kind of the behind the scenes types of activities, but they take a lot of work, and they are very important so that we can maintain and operate our system properly. From an operational perspective, we are moving forward with our automated meter infrastructure. We had a very successful pilot in Carlisle as part of our Carlisle Conservation Committee, and we're working to expand that to our remaining well communities as well as our ICI facilities. As I look more on the planning lens long term, some of the big things that stand out here are our wastewater, and stormwater master plan. This is taking the grids 2 approach, and we were targeting to be done and by December 2021. The recent provincial announcement with the 2051 targets will likely delay this, but it's important that we do incorporate this for long-term sustainability. We're also looking at ways to apply a climate change lens to this master planning process, and PICs will be scheduled in 2021 for this. From an asset management perspective, the overall OREG 588 initiative is not being led by Hamilton Water, but I can say our assets are in fairly good place for the phased-in requirements up to 2023. Really what we're seeing for gaps within our program right now are establishing our levels of service as well as financial plans that support our asset lifecycle reinvestment rates. A number of EAs are kicking off in 2021. After a couple of years working on the Carlisle Conservation Committee, which I would still deem a very big success. Councillor Partridge was very supportive of that initiative, and although we were not able to reduce the use of water to a limit that would avoid future work, I think we did learn a lot as a community, and certainly something that we can take and implement in our other well-based communities. So that is kicking off in 2021, as well as an EA in Beach Boulevard, and that is response to some of the elevated lake levels. We did some conceptual work, and now we're moving forward with an environmental assessment with a likely outcome of some additional stormwater pumping stations in that district to keep water off of the roadways. From a capital perspective, we will be moving forward and completing the 3rd station in the Airport Employment Growth District, which will be great. It will allow all of these developments to move forward. And we're also doing some work at our Green Hill Combined Sewer Overflow Tank, and that is really some minor structural work as well as regular maintenance and cleaning. When I look a little bit further out into the future, one thing that we've talked about briefly in previous presentations, but we're getting closer to go time, is the investments we're going to be making at our water treatment plant. Currently, that is set up in 3 phases, and the total value represents about $135 million investment into our water treatment plant. Phase 1 is underway right now. It includes some mixers and gates replacements, and it will be complete in early 2021. That's about a $30 million investment. Phase 2 is for process upgrades, SED tank repairs, removing the bottleneck in our process, our backwash pumping, and UV disinfection. Design will start in 2021, and construction will likely start in 23-24. That is a $90 million initiative to improve our water plant. And then phase 3 is related to growth, and that is currently falls outside of our 10-year window, but certainly some significant investments being made in our water plant. The Dundas wastewater treatment plant, that's kind of shown there in the bottom picture. We have showed council a report for a like-for-like replacement and have carried that money in our budget. But working with our stakeholders, we do feel there is an opportunity there to improve effluent quality even further. But in order to do so, we would be looking at membrane type technology, which is currently outside of our approved capital budget. This really is a prime candidate for any green infrastructure funding stream that is coming out. And there has been a talk of a second water and wastewater phase, but it seems to have dragged out due to COVID, but is something that we continue to Band-Aid this facility together so that we can try and leverage that money and at the end of the day have a much better effluent quality leaving that plant, which will have a huge impact on the Desjardins Canal and Cootes Paradise. On the planning side of life, as we look into the future, we'll be updating our modeling. The team started to tackle this initiative by looking at updating our flow monitoring in the system and validating all our data. We're looking at developing some policy and procedures to govern how we do this, as well as that connection into the ever-changing development industry. And really the idea of this is once complete, we'll have better visibility on a lot level, which will assist with development approvals timelines, as well as maintaining our system integrity. And then at our Woodward plant, construction is going to be wrapping up before you know it, and we'll have to transition the new facilities into operations. While we were in very good position from a resourcing perspective, because council has continued to support our resource requests over the last couple of years for this program, we do have some work to prepare for operations in terms of identifying impacts to operating budgets, as well as developing our maintenance program for this. Anything that we build new replaces an aged asset is more complex, has more moving parts, and moving parts require more maintenance and work. Continuous improvement is a flagship priority for the city as well, and really started under the leadership of Dan McKinnon back in Hamilton Water a number of years ago, and has certainly continued throughout our corporation. In Hamilton Water, we continue to push these initiatives forward every single chance we get, because they do have a big improvement in how we conduct our business. I mentioned on a previous slide that our non-revenue water is far above the industry average, and it results in about $2.2 million in production cost annually. And leveraging some new leak detection technology that speaks acoustically between hydrants, we've been able to look at over 400 kilometers of water main in the last 2 years. It provides this correlation in the middle of the night when demands are at an extreme low, and it provides great assistance in finding leaks that were previously very difficult to find, such as near a creek. We've also procured this technology now so we can run this program internally with our own resources. And to date, we found 140 leaks in our system, and they certainly vary in size. But on the large scale side of things, we found 2 leaks that represent almost 500,000 liters a day of clean water coming into our stormwater system. That picture on the top right is of the Stone Church leak, and that water, or that clean water entering our storm chamber there is actually drinking water. You can just see the large volume that is leaking into our system. So this obviously has some benefits from an energy perspective for Hamilton Water, but it also extends the life of our other assets. You know, ensuring that our water remains in the pipe is a very good news story for our road condition as well. Some other continuous improvement highlights include in our laboratory, implementing our new presence-absence method for our microanalysis. It is accredited to ISO standards and approved by the ministry, and we've had it in operation since February. The biggest benefits for us and our residents is the turnaround time. When we are chasing down water quality issues in our system, if you think back a few years to events like Brigadoon, saving 6 hours per sample would actually add up to days on an overall event. So certainly something that is advantageous for us. It also eliminates background growth, which can be a little bit of a problem for our laboratory team. So a lot of internal benefits for here on this initiative for us. Our CSO bypass mapping was, I mentioned, complete earlier this year. To supplement that, we've released videos on how our combined sewer system works. We've also installed information boards in some of the parks. You can see one there in the lower picture at Bayfront Park. This gives people an oversight of how our combined sewer system works and how it's connected to the rest of our system. And I think it's worth pointing out that we were only the second municipality in Ontario to have real-time reporting of our overflows and our bypasses. So certainly industry leaders on this front as well. So I'm going to shift gears now and talk a little bit about state of the infrastructure. You did see this slide last year, but it's been updated with new stats. And on this graph, the blue bars represent local water mains, and these are the ones that service your home or your neighborhoods. And the red bars represent trunk mains. This is a kind of about getting water from, say, our Woodward facility up to the Kenilworth Reservoir or the Garth and Stone Church Reservoir. Our local water mains are newer than our transmission mains, and that really makes sense. Our system has continued to grow over the years. However, our transmission mains carry the greatest risk for us. And as you can see, about a third of our inventory are 70 years of age or older. And certainly age is not the only indicator of condition of a system. We look at ground conditions, pipe material, depth of material, compaction rates, but 70 years old is fairly old for a water main asset. Another third of these assets are in that 40 to 70 range, so certainly a lot of our critical water mains are getting up there in age. this kind of tells a similar story, and this is the infrastructure report card, the Canadian infrastructure report card, and there is a lot of information on this slide. So just to explain it a little bit, the horizontal term means pipes in the ground, while the vertical columns mean our pumping station and our treatment facilities. The yellow marks show our past investments, the blue marks are future investments, and then the red marks the municipal averages. You can see investments in our linear wastewater system have been quite strong over the years. But as we look forward, there's a major increase as we look forward in our vertical assets associated with water. But a lot of that is related to the $135 million upgrade at our water plant that I mentioned a few slides ago. There are still a lot of other facilities that are in need of some TLC. And I talked about on the last slide that our trunk mains carry greater risk than our local mains. On this slide is our vertical assets that carry far more risk than anything else within the water, wastewater, and stormwater system. And you can see that in general, we are below the target reinvestment for a number of categories, and in particular, our stormwater assets. Talk a little bit more about some of our vertical assets. This is just some pictures of some of the work that's currently underway. And I was going to talk a little bit about the digester project, which is the two pictures that are on the right. And I wanted to highlight this because this starts off as a standard exercise. We take a digester offline to do some minor maintenance and cleaning work. And once we get in there and we perform a more detailed inspection, it requires additional work, some mechanical as well as structural work that was beyond the original scope. This requires a lot of resources, a lot of time, and a lot of money to bring back online. And we're currently rehabilitation investment of about getting close to 40% of the actual replacement value. We still have to proceed with this rehabilitation work because in order to site a new location, go through the process and build additional new tanks would put our process at risk. But these are the types of investments that we do need to make into our system, and they can be, due to the size of our system, can be very costly. So maintenance on 4 of our digesters is looking to be close to $25 million. We've had system failures out in our system as per normal, and this is, we're not unique in this. This is common in anyone who runs a water wastewater program. But you can just see some of the pictures of some of the things that have occurred in the last year. Maybe a few things that I didn't show last year because I think we focused on water main breaks with some of the impacts on our storm system. So the 2 pictures there on the right, you can kind of just see what we're dealing with after large storm events. I think we're all aware water is a very powerful thing, and you can see the debris that it's accumulated on the inlets there at up on the mountain at Sanatorium, and then in the lower Shadoke area, that's our inlet structure into our system there, and those are full-scale trees that are up against our inlet structure. So those require immediate attention for us to get out there, remove them, so that that system will be ready to go next time we have a rain event. So just general things that we deal with on a daily basis. I talked to some of you about this slide, but I thought it was worth including here as well. And this is talking about water main breaks and leaks that we find outside of the right-of-way. And the reason I wanted to include this is because, one, these are 5 very expensive fixes, but they also are very largely undetected because they occurred outside of the right-of-way. So they did not have any traffic implications for our residents. They are costly to fix because they're difficult to access. In some instances, we have to create a temporary roadway to access them. And that picture on the top left is of the Red Hill Creek break. And that that break actually eroded a section of Red Hill Creek, which required replacement. So these types of repairs can be very costly. You can see the water main there on the lower left from Red Hill Creek. It's a little bit of a Swiss cheese water main. And when we find these types of things, not only are they costly, we have to reprioritize our investments for future years so that we do not have to return to this site for a very similar repair. So this has adjusted our program for 2021, and we've accelerated some replacement and lining programs because of these things that we're finding. But these 5 leak/breaks represents about $1.75 million out of our budget this year. Not trying to suggest that every break that we have is this significant, but certainly it's not uncommon for us to come across a large number of breaks a year that do cost a significant amount of money. So I have included a slide on Kenilworth. We were in front of you at GIC on November 4th to talk about the contaminated soils on the Kenilworth water reservoir. That report identified the material could be left on site from a regulatory perspective with proper controls in place, but from an environmental perspective, it could be removed. Council directed us to report back with some pros and cons, and really it boils down to cost to me. The only real drawback from a removal perspective is a large price tag. However, I did want to point out that if we are to keep the soil on site, there also is a cost with that. it's about $200,000 to $300,000 a year, depending on the type of testing and inspections that we complete. But essentially, bi-weekly, weekly water testing for an expanded schedule of parameters for PAHs is a fairly costly exercise. And then taking that tank offline each year to do an inspection and then disinfecting it and bringing it back online can be quite costly. And it also is a little bit of a logistical nightmare from an operational perspective as well, because as we talked, this is a very key reservoir for us that feeds our mountain, and taking it offline can have an impact on our ability to maintain our service levels. So there is a cost for us to leave it there. There was also a discussion on November 4th about the actual cost of removal and that it seemed relatively high. We have continued to do some work on that, and we do believe that we may be able to come in slightly lower than that. But I would recommend that if we move forward, we leave that at up to $6.5 million for the 25,000 tons of soil. And part of the reason that there's a greater cost here than other areas is we're working on top of a reservoir. It has limited structural capacity, so we can't utilize the large trucks like we might do at the Woodward facility. So it's more time and handling, which helps drive, or which drives up that cost. But certainly we are looking to try and minimize that impact, and hopefully we can come in closer to the $5 million mark, but there's still a lot of testing and analysis that is being done at this time. In terms of removal, it can be funded from reserves, and you will hear more about that in detail from Brian as part of his presentation. The last few slides that I have talk about our operating budget. This is our org chart. Really nothing much has changed there. I just put it up to kind of show you who's who within our team. We have had a few retirees and replacements, but essentially our org structure has remained relatively consistent over the last couple of years. Oops, I went ahead one, sorry. So our proposed rate increase for 2021 is at 4.28%. And Brian will talk about this in great detail in his part of his presentation, but I did want to highlight a few things. Every single year, the driver of our rate increase is our capital reinvestment program. And you can see this year represents about 3% of that 4.25% increase. And last couple years, we've actually cut significantly from our operating budget to bring things in line with our historical averages. And as a result, really our costs on the operating side are 90% fixed at this point. And typically, our operating budget comes in year over year on CPI. Drivers of the operating increase this year are for new power and gas for some new facilities, as well as adding some additional stormwater dollars to deal with some regulatory elements that we found as part of our 2021 work, or sorry, our 2020 work. When we talk about operating impacts from capital, I showed this slide last year as well, but I do think it's a good reminder every year that as our system continues to grow, it does have an impact on our day-to-day operations. We talked about the new Woodward facilities coming online in 2021 and 2022, additional maintenance and work associated with those. We have had 2 stormwater pumping stations come online in the last few years, which have considerable operational costs. And we mentioned that we've had 8 new ponds in 2020 come online, which require ongoing maintenance, and we expect that number to grow another 25 in the next few years. Generally speaking, as our system grows, so do our assets. So if you look at that kind of chart on the lower left, that shows the increase in the number of valves and hydrants in our system. We've had a pretty substantial increase. We've had 2,300 valves in the last 7 years, as well as 1,300 hydrants in the last 7 years. Those all require exercising, flow encoding, and it's just, we can build it into our program. It's just additional work, and that's why you see our FTE request as our systems continue to grow. Pressures that are not identified in our 2021 budget. We are currently working on our flooding and drainage master servicing study. Be finalized in 2021. I suspect it will require some more detailed analysis in a few prime areas. However, the investments needed that will come out of that are likely to top the $500 million mark. We do have some of that earmarked in our 10-year capital program, but again, not certainly enough to achieve all of the recommendations that are going to be coming from that study. We talked about climate change and the impact that it can have on our business. In the last couple of years, we have gone through an effort to right-size our budget, and that means removing some of our conservatisms for things like frozen services and elevated lake levels. That puts our operating budget more online, but if we do experience these challenges, we may become reliant on reserves to fund these types of activities. And unidentified projects put a lot of stress on our team as well. In the past few years, we've had upgrades in Binbrook, Waterdown, and all this work at the airport. This requires our team to drop just about everything else they're doing to try and deliver things on an accelerated schedule. It usually requires a modified project delivery model, which requires additional tendering and also can expose the city to some risks if we do not meet those timelines that we agree to. So something that is certainly a lot of work for Mark Bainbridge and his team when these requests come up. So I'm going to move on to our FTE request for 2021, and I do always show you what we put in front of you, Council, last year. So that is the gray bar on this slide. When I was standing in front of you last year, I said forecasting to 2021, we think we need 12 resources to run our programs. That has shifted slightly this year, and we are coming in at an addition of 14 FTEs for our program. I do apologize for the number of acronyms on here, and I'll do my best to explain them as I go through, but it was difficult to fit them all onto a single slide. We have the remaining 3 resources associated with the Woodward Upgrade Program. That is a millwright, an instrument tech, and an electrician. Within our compliance and regulations team, last year we earmarked 4 environmental enforcement officers for our construction dewatering program and stormwater source control. We are still working our way through the bylaw, so we have pushed some of those resources out into the 2022 calendar year, but we still have a need for an additional officer. I was talking about the spill response and the need for us to continue to enforce our ICI sector. On the kind of project delivery side, we have a few resources to support our capital programs. These resources are really needed to ensure that we can move our programs forward. The last slide I mentioned the pressures that are created by some development needs. Without a PMO office, we would not be able to meet these timelines. For example, the airport work resulted in contracts with multiple consultants and 16 tenders for 3 small pumping stations so that we can meet these accelerated timelines. In the absence of a formal project management office, simply would just not be able to do these. Our technologists within our capital program, they help with site inspections as they also help offset some of our reliance on consulting needs within our capital program. We have identified 2 resources in our customer service and community outreach team. Again, this includes 1 enforcement officer for our backflow prevention bylaw. We have been in kind of the education phase for the last couple of years, but we're looking to ramp up enforcement on that program. And right now the resources are spending a lot of time in the office going through paperwork, and we need to get more boots on the ground to make sure we can enforce that program. We also have a request to make permanent one of our outreach education project managers. This is the position that was approved a number of years ago on a temporary basis. They were the ones responsible for our public-facing webpage for bypasses and overflows. They've led our communications or our outreach activities, for our lead replacement program, as well as our corrosion control program. And they developed our flushables campaign and are now the ones that are leading our fats, oils, and greases education campaign. And then finally, there are 6 resources within the water distribution and wastewater collection team. And 4 of these are associated with lead service replacements, and 2 are associated with our stormwater program. I'm going to talk a little bit more about these in detail on the next slide. So while there are 14 FTE shown here, the impact to our overall budget is relatively minimal because there is some cost savings associated with these requests that I will go through on the next slide. So I did mention we took over stormwater in 2019, and there was a heavy reliance on consultants to provide a number of services. Certainly, we still need to utilize consultants for various activities, but stormwater pond inspections is something that can be done more efficiently if done in-house. So we're looking to add 2 stormwater technologists to our program. That has actually allowed us to significantly reduce our reliance on consulting and actually has a savings of $330,000 annually on that program's consulting budget. For our water distribution activities, last year, led through Mike Zagaric and Brian McMullen, the BEMA Consulting did a report looking at what work could be brought in-house to provide better value for the city. And one of the key highlights from that was the addition of a construction crew for lead service line replacements. We're about half the cost of our contracted model, and bringing that work in-house can save about $620,000 annually. I would note that in year 1, there is some small upfront cost to get equipment in place. So the realized savings in year 1 would not be quite 620, but on a go forward basis, we would be saving, over $500,000 a year on that program. And then the final FTE on this slide, or on our request that has a significant savings associated with it, is our environmental enforcement officer. So I mentioned this supports our open for business strategy and enforcing our ICI sector through sewer discharge permits. We currently have 14 resources in this program that generate about $7 million of revenue annually. So I think we're very conservative here to say that we expect full cost recovery of this position, and then more importantly, the added benefit of the environmental protection. So at the end of the day, we are asking for 14 resources as part of the 2021 process, but the overall impact to our operating budget, which Brian will go through, is only about just over $300,000. As I look out into the future, this is just trying to give you some visibility on our resource request as we move into future years. As you look towards the tail end in kind of 23, 24, 25, those are really placeholders for specific projects or growth-related activities. They may shuffle around to different divisions depending on where our needs are. But as I mentioned, every water main that we put in the ground increases our operational needs. And that's why you see these FTEs in the future years. I'm not going to walk through the next couple of slides. I just wanted to put them here so you had something to reference. The next 3 slides just kind of highlight some of the work that each of those positions would be completing. So I'm just going to click through them here very quickly, but they're there for your pleasure if you want to ask some questions about the activities being performed by these resources. And then I did want to finish by walking through the Woodward upgrade slide, and I have shown this slide, I think, the last 4 years, and I believe this is probably going to be the last year you will see it. It is just reminding council of the resources associated with this program. So back in 2016, we identified that we were going to require 11 resources as part of this new infrastructure that we're building at the Woodward plant. That was 2 in 2018 and 9 in 2020. Over the years, we have adjusted those requests to help deliver the program, and so far council has approved 8 of those resources at various periods over the last few years. And then what we're seeing in 2021 is the final 3 requests to take that up to the 11 total resources that we identified back in 2016. So I just wanted to keep being open and transparent here that although things have shuffled around a little bit, the resources identified were 11 back in 2016, and there's still 11 as we sit here in 2020 today. So that is it for my portion of the presentation. I know Brian is going to walk through the finance piece. I'm happy to try and take questions that you may have now, or if you want to listen to Brian go through his part, we can do that. I also have our leadership team is on the phone here today as well as Dan McKinnon's with me. So we'll do our best to answer any questions you may have, but I'll leave it up to you if you want to do questions now or you want to do questions after Brian.
Thank you, Andrew. I think I have a speakers list, and I think it probably would be prudent to just take those questions from those speakers because I'm assuming they relate to your part of the presentation. So at the moment, I have Councillors Partridge, Jackson, Wilson, and Clark in that order. Councillor Partridge, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
And you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, fine, thank you. So Andrew, I have 5 minutes, so keep your responses succinct, please. Regarding water main breaks, on I believe it was slide 38, you don't need to go to it, but certainly at Dundas and Clapperson in Flamborough, there have been, I think, 4 to 6 water main breaks at the same intersection, even in the last, I think, three years. Up to current. So why is that? Because these water mains, my understanding is they're only 15 to 20 years old, and yet it repeatedly happens at that same large intersection.
Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, so through the chair, this is something the team is looking at. You are right, Councillor Partridge, the water mains. I don't know if they're 15 years old, but they're certainly not, they're not older assets in this area of the city. So I know our team is looking at that. This has been a hot spot. This is kind of right in front of the keg near Highway 6 and Highway 5 there. So I have to probably report back after talking to our engineering services team, but I think there was some concerns with backfill material in that area, but I would need to confirm that with them. But you are right, for a relatively new system, this is an abnormal number of breaks.
I'm concerned about 2 things, so I would like you to report back. Actually, we can take that off stream, but I'm certainly worried about the businesses in the area because in some cases they've been shut down for a day or 2 at a time. It is a totally commercial district, and the other thing I'm concerned about is just the cost to our taxpayers every time a crew goes out there to fix them, because it is a significant break that takes almost an entire day to fix. The next thing I want to go to is the difference between the water meters, the 21 millimeter and the 25 millimeter. I have a resident in my area, and your office has been involved with discussions. So the 21 millimeter gets charged 38 cents. She is in a house that is the same size as all the houses around her, and yet she has a 25 millimeter. So she actually pays more than double. I believe it's more than double what everybody else is. Why is that? Why does she have a different size water meter in the same size house?
Andrew?
So through the chair, I'd have to look with my team. I'm not familiar with this particular issue. I'm sure there is some planning related process that is there, but that's not something that I'm familiar with. So if you could give me some time to curl back with my team, and I'd be happy to follow up with you on that.
Yeah, I would really appreciate it because, you know, this has been, she gets charged an incredible amount of money. And just looking at the increase that we're asking for here, which going through your report in pages 1 and 2, I do find it confusing because it says an increase to 85 cents. And then on the next page, it says the 21 millimeter is going to be increased to 91 cents. But I'm sure others have questions about that. So I'm under my 5 minutes, and I thank you for your answers. But please circle back with me on both those issues.
Will do.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jackson.
Can you hear me, Madam Deputy Mayor?
I hear you perfectly well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Senior Director Grice, approximately how many employees do we have in Hamilton Water Services through you, Madam Deputy Mayor?
Through the chair, we currently sit at about 325 employees within the Hamilton Water Group.
On behalf of Ward 6 and my constituents, would you please pass along to them my deep appreciation and gratitude for the work they regularly do on an annual basis that goes unnoticed to keep clean drinking water in our community, to upgrade facilities, to ensure that they're available and accessible if I have neighborhood and or constituent issues that need professional advice and care and responses. Would you please pass that along to them for me?
Through the chair, absolutely. Very proud of the work our team does, and thank you for your comments, Councillor.
Senior Director, Madam Deputy Mayor, when it comes to the Kenilworth Reservoir, I'm very, very grateful that in a matter of less than 2 weeks, Senior Director, you brought back a couple of options for us based on 2 different consultants' recommendations. Cerati, the recommended removal of the contaminated soil around the Kenilworth Reservoir, and the other one by Jacobs Engineering that said regulatorily you could reuse it. Obviously, Madam Deputy Mayor, when all the presentations, all the questions and speakers and answers are done, if you'd come back to me and Councillor Marula, I would like to move option 1 of the Kenilworth Reservoir to remove the contaminated soil. And with all the pros that are listed there by Andrew Grice, I think it's absolutely paramount we do that. And I believe Hamilton Water has healthy reserves to cover that cost. Madam Deputy Mayor, if I could just get that assurance from you, please.
Absolutely. I will come back to you.
Lastly, quickly, Andrew, and you know I can't let this go by, on Shadow Creek, on slides 25, 26, and 27. And Madam Deputy Mayor, my questions may obviously go longer than my 5 minutes, so please put me down as a second-time questioner. But I'll start off, and then you let me know when the first 5 minutes is over. So, Andrew, did the order this past Friday catch you and your management team off guard in any way? Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Andrew?
Through the chair, yes, it did. I mean, I think we reported to council back in the fall, and we know the timeline for the ministry to follow up on this is in the middle of January. So it was a surprise that it came on Friday, but we certainly were expecting something here in the near future as time runs out. But no, we were not aware that anything was coming prior to council being aware.
Andrew, Senior Director Grice, back in February, I now look back on my notes over the weekend in my files, and again, here we are, 2 different consultants like Kenilworth, Wood Environmental, if I recall, recommending some form of rehabbing the creek, and SLR ultimately saying a do-nothing approach. I know I wasn't one of the ones record as opposed. I think Councillor Wilson was, to her credit. However, a number of us, I remember Councillor Collins and I regularly chatting during that February presentation, how puzzled and how unhappy we were and the optics of it, of the do-nothing approach. Can you maybe just quickly reconcile SLR's recommendation, which in my opinion now looks misguided and unfortunate in light of the ministry's order, versus the original recommendation by Wood Environmental. I think for public consumption, Andrew, it's important that you as Senior Director at least try to provide some explanation. Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, please.
Andrew?
Yeah, so through the chair, I know Dan and I have been talking a lot about this, and I know Dan wanted to speak to the discrepancies between the reports. So I'm gonna kick this over to him for a response.
Thank you, General Manager.
Good morning, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Jackson. So I understand the confusion that one might kind of experience when they look at it in the context of two different consultants coming up with two different recommendations. And I guess what this does in some sense provides a bit of a glimpse behind the curtain, if you will, as to the type of work that Andrew and his team undertake on a regular basis. And so often when we hire engineers to undertake studies for us, they may have equations or formulas that they work out that comes up to a singular answer. And you know, for example, it might be the diameter of a pipe to carry a certain amount of flow, or the strength of concrete in the bridge deck in order to ensure it can carry the load. But there's also a pretty broad kind of amount of work that is less exact or absolute. And this is an example of it. So it's not unusual for us to hire a consultant to do some work, and during their work, identify other things that might need further study, but make an interim recommendation. And I think that's what you saw with the Wood report. They did their study as per the order that we were given from the ministry, and they made some interim recommendations. But I will remind council that as part of that recommendation, they did identify that further study would need to be undertaken with respect to the aquatic life in the creek, and whether or not dredging would have an adverse effect on that. And similarly to the issue around the soil on the Kenilworth Avenue Reservoir, the original investigation relative to the soils was not specifically with a view to determine what to do with the soil. It was really to understand what kind of an impact it might have for the workers there and that type of thing. So all of that to say that it's not unusual for us to have different consultants with different options being put before us. And at the end of the day, it's us as staff who work for the city and represent the city to make a judgment call one way or the other, whether or not it's a good investment to make those types of investments or to undertake that work or not. And so we have to look across the entire system when we make those recommendations. And so I guess it's kind of a long-winded way of me just saying that it's not unusual for us to find ourselves in these situations, and ultimately staff do have to make judgment calls on some of these recommendations that we receive from consultants to make sure that we're bringing to council the best recommendations that we feel we can make for council.
General Manager, Madam Deputy Mayor, could you please, I know I'm probably at my 5, so could you put me down as a second time? And General Manager McKinnon, I will have subsequent follow-up questions to what you've tried to explain, because again, for the layman in the community, I need to further pursue some of the answers you've given, which you understand completely, but some of us may be scratching our heads to understand why. Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I do have you on the list for a second time.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilson, for a first time.
Thank you, Chair Vanderbeek. The bulk of my questions will come at the conclusion of the presentation and specific to the actual report. But my interest was tweaked. I made a note for myself. I'll just briefly reference the report and and tie it to something that Andrew spoke to about the Dundas treatment plant and the possibility. I think he said that there are improvements. I think he used the word, it would be membrane technology, which would be a good candidate for the green infrastructure. So just on that point, on page 24 of the report, it talks about possible green infrastructure monies. Through you to Andrew, would we be ready for an application perhaps once those senior orders of government provide, I'm supposing, further definition for those green infrastructure monies? And would Dundas, would we specifically be ready for Dundas? Because you referenced if we could do so, it would make a remarkable improvement for the canal and Coots. Thank you.
Andrew?
So through the chair, absolutely, we are ready and kind of awaiting that announcement. And I guess not to mislead anybody, when I said it's a good candidate because it's green, that wasn't environmental green. That was the Green Infrastructure Program for funding. So we currently have a tertiary system at our Dundas facility, but it has limited capabilities. And again, that system does perform very well, but in order to meet those revised targets for phosphorus and solids loading, it would require elevated technology such as membranes. It doesn't have to be membranes, but something that is more enhanced. And certainly that comes at a pretty significant price tag. We are ready and waiting to go for any sort of funding announcement that comes out.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Vanderbeek. That's great news. I'm very pleased to hear that. I just wanted to pose a question to you with respect to a delegation that we received last year. And it was in the context of where do we focus our efforts in terms of the harbor, meeting those targets, and of course, Coots. And he described a phenomenon and he acknowledged the foresight of previous councils to spend an awful lot of money in some hard infrastructure in which we saw, in this case, phosphorus levels drop dramatically through the 90s and particularly the 2000s. But then he described, and I think he describes phosphate levels as almost leveling off. And it's almost like when you're trying to lose those last 20 pounds, trying to get that distance between where we are and our RAP target. We just need to be able to reach that gap. And this delegate talked about our need to work upstream in our effort and to try and meet that gap. And I was wondering if you could go reference that part of your presentation and how we're going to lose that last 25 pounds because he was talking to us about it is the upstream work. It's the stormwater runoff, the oils and the gases, and our development into greenfields that is continuously compromising our outflows. And instead of looking at the tailpipe, he was suggesting we need to dig in and look at what we're doing to the landscape upstream and really get serious about green investment and green infrastructure. And so where are we in our efforts to try and lend that focus and lead in that regard?
Andrew?
So through the chair, you are correct. Certainly, we have made significant investments in the past, and we are currently in the middle of one at our Woodward facility right now, and that will have a huge impact on phosphorus and solid loadings. That is really controlling what we call our point source loading. And once that is done at Woodward, we have really done a lot of work, and there's limiting improvements that we can see from a point source perspective as we go forward. So you're absolutely correct. We need to start moving our way up into the headwaters, and that is really the focus of this watershed management committee that I mentioned that we're working on with the Conservation Authority and BARC and RBG, is to look at what solutions make the most sense from a watershed perspective. They may not be the in Shadok Creek treatment that the RBG master plan referenced. It might be, but it also might be working our way back up higher into our system, into our headwaters, to look at what sort of improvements we can make there, whether it's farming practices and controlling the phosphorus runoff from those types of properties. They can have an impact on our watersheds as well. So we have, I would say, buttoned up the point source loading, and now we are moving into kind of the next evolution of this is it's kind of up further into our stretches of our streams.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, you are at the end of your 5 minutes. Do you need to go on for a second time?
No, Madam Chair, if I could just, this is just for everybody's benefit, this is the graph that the delegate was speaking about, and you can't really see it. But so here we are here, and this is all because of the investment that we've made in our hard infrastructure, the CSO tanks, etc. We need to get here, and this is the gap that I'm talking about, those last 25 pounds. And that's what the delegate was talking about, that upstream work, and Andrew's just referenced it and how important that is. And also, of course, we have to curb suburban sprawl because it's just it's damaging our urban waterways. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Clark, you have the floor.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Grice. How are you?
Very good, Councillor.
Thank you. I have, I thought I heard you say in your presentation, and I may have heard it wrong, but that you said something to the effect that in one location on the mountain, 500 million, so 500 million liters of water are leaking out per day.
Andrew?
Through the chair, I want to make sure I didn't misread the number on there, but I think we are correct. I think it was in the 450,000 liters per day that was making its way into our stormwater system.
And that has been corrected, that leak?
That since has been corrected, yes.
So when we become aware of these leaks, do we fix them immediately, or are there leaks across the city that are nebulous, and so we just don't have the resources? We get to them when we can get to them.
So through the chair, this is the benefit of a proactive leak detection approach. So if we were to go backwards in time a couple of years, we would be unaware of these. And unless they surface, resulting in a water main break, we become aware of them and we replace them. One of the challenges that we have in the beautiful city of Hamilton is our escarpment. And there's often times where a leak may not surface directly above where it is in the road allowance. It might come out a kilometer downstream over the edge of the escarpment, for example. So tracking these down has been a real challenge. This new technology has allowed us to pinpoint these. And yes, absolutely. When we find them now, they are repaired, I want to say immediately. They are scheduled with our team and repaired as quickly as possible, taking into consideration traffic impacts and impacts on businesses in the area. But yes, they are corrected as quickly as possible because they do have a huge impact on, for us, from Hamilton Water's perspective, and energy savings is huge. But like I alluded to, they also have an impact on, our road conditions. So as this water is migrating its way through the subsurface system, it can create, deteriorations in our road network. So yes, we address them as quickly as we can.
Thank you. And I just wanted to emphasize that point, so I appreciate that. Councillor Partridge asked an excellent question because I have a constituent in my ward who was asked to increase the diameter of the pipes coming into the water main because he was putting in a different sprinkler system for his property. He has a lot of property. And I was struck that we charge a different amount for the water based on the diameter of the pipe, and yet we still charge for the volume. So if we're charging for the volume, I couldn't understand why he would pay a premium to put in a larger pipe. That was logical to me.
Andrew?
So through the chair, again, it's not something I'm familiar with myself, but I know we've got our finance team on the line. I know John Savoya kind of runs the meter program in the background, so he might have some comments. But this also may relate to a planning exercise, so we'd have to talk to our colleagues in planning. But I don't have any further information to provide than I did to Councillor Partridge. But Dan is also raised his hand here to chime in.
So if Dan could pipe in, and then I'll ask a supplementary. Thank you.
Dan?
Yeah, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, to the councillor. So typically the meter that gets installed on a water line is one size smaller than the actual water line. Those for engineering principles that I probably do a poor job explaining. But I am aware that through the building code, they have increased the size of the water lines that are going into new residential builds now as a result of the demand that would be in those homes with respect to additional bathrooms and that kind of thing. The base charges for the water meter really reflect some of the fixed costs that we have with respect to just operating the system on an annual basis, and we don't want to be we don't want to live with the risk of just solely relying on the volumetric charges, if that's where you were going with your question, because that does create risk for us, and we do have fixed costs. So over the years, working with finance, we have tried to find this balance, and Hamilton's not unique in this regard with respect to our rate structure, is we want to incent people to use less water by charging them the volumetric charge for the water, but we also need to protect our what is our fixed costs, and that's why there's just two pieces to this. Homeowners always have the option of reducing the size of the meter on their water line if they choose to. They would pay a lower cost for that meter, but that would probably also have an adverse effect on the flow that they would enjoy through the meter into the home. So there is an option there for them, but they just need to be aware of the consequences of reducing the meter size in order to save themselves a bit of money.
Councillor?
Okay,
You
I'll
are-
take
you-
this. I'll take this offline on this one, and if you can come back to me, I still have questions about the Shadow Creek. Thank you.
Thank you. I definitely will put you on the list for a second time. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thanks very much, Madam Chairman. I just turn my camera back on here. Okay, Andrew, first of all, Madam Chair, can you hear me okay now?
I can hear you just fine. Thank you.
Thanks. Sorry to bother you with that. First of all, Andrew, thanks for your presentation. You put a lot of work into that. It was very comprehensive and covered a lot of topics, and also for the success on the expansion, the way it's going. The expansion, which is primarily completed by the end of 2021, it looks like, into 2022. Is it on budget still?
Andrew?
Through the chair, yes, that overall program is still on budget right now. We have run into some contaminated soil issues on the third contract, but it is something that we can handle within our current budget right now. There may be an additional request as part of next year's budget, but it would be relatively small in the grand scheme of a $350 million initiative.
And has there been any lost time injuries yet?
There has not, through the chair, and that's something that we're certainly very proud of. And if you do watch the video online afterwards, that's certainly something that is front and center. All of this work that has been completed to date. So it's 3 different contractors running around heavy civil industrial work. We have had 0 lost time injuries to date.
Boy, you should be celebrating that. That's huge. That's a very dangerous project down deep and in a congested area, and spending $400 million. So please offer my congratulations at least to your team on a great job. Well done on that. I know I talked to you before about this, but the Linden community has been on a boil water order or do not drink order for years. And the new, as you said in your presentation, the new well has come on stream, has been on stream now for a number of months. Why can't we now get that? Why is it taking so long to have public health lift that drink or boil water advisory?
Andrew?
So through the chair, you're right. The system did come online in the summer of this year, and we are working closely with our colleagues in public health. I think, like us, they treat our drinking water system with an abundance of caution, and they want to make sure that it is completely safe before they're willing to lift the drinking water advisory within that system. So we are working with them on sampling as well as collecting, pipe samples within the distribution system for analysis. But it will take some time for us to kind of raise that level of comfort to a point where the drinking water advisory can be lifted. But I am hopeful that we'll be there kind of in the spring of 2021.
So what do they have to do? Is it a series of tests they have to take?
So through the chair, I think public health is looking for a continuous set of results that show no detect on lead in the drinking water. So we are doing our regular drinking water samples out there to satisfy their needs. In addition to that, we are doing some additional studies and collecting pipe samples for analysis to see if there is lead on the inside of the water mains there as well. So those are some of the activities that are underway right now to satisfy public health concerns for lead in the system.
Okay, because that community's been very patient, as I said, for years, and not being able to drink the water or cook with the water, and we need to get past that. I'll probably take that up. I'll say it offline though with the medical officer of health also, but at least you've given me a timeline now, which would be spring of 2021. I appreciate that. On the biosolid side, we had a fire there recently. Is the plant up and running again now?
Through the chair, yes, it is up and running. There was very limited impact to the operations of that facility. It is early days for operations there, and we're still working through some of the kinks. So, unfortunately, we did have an incident that did trigger an emergency response. System is back up in operation, and the team is looking at still at the root cause analysis there.
Okay, and of course, I'm sure you know that there's a lot of environmentalists in our community that would prefer to use a fertilizer on their lawns and in their gardens that is not mined out of the earth, whether it's phosphorus or nitrogen or otherwise. how is the public going to be able to get access to these pellets? I noticed that from the picture, they're very large pellets, so they probably can't be applied through a conventional fertilizer spreader. But will this product be available either through a retail operation at Woodward Avenue or through the Lowe's, Home Depots, Canadian Tires of the world to be able to have the population who want to recycle something and use it as a fertilizer be available to them?
Andrew?
So through the chair, I might have to call in John Helka, who's here with me today, because he runs the biosolids program. But I can say that the product is the responsibility of Harbor City Solutions, and they're responsible for advertising and promoting that product. In terms of its availability, I am not aware, but I'll ask John if, actually I'm looking at John, and John has shaken his head as well, but we can take that offline and ask where that product would be available and certainly provide that information.
And is John there? Can he turn his camera on?
Councillor, you're just at the end of your 5 minutes. You've got
Okay,
about
just,
5 seconds.
put me back on there. Just to get that one last question was, it won't go through conventional fertilizer spreaders, will it?
Through the chair, I'm not sure. You're pointing out my lack of knowledge in the agricultural industry. I'd have to talk to our team about that.
Okay, it will be available to farmers also.
So through the chair, it's the Harbor City Solutions is making that product available. I don't know what medium they're making it available, but certainly it is a suitable product for our agricultural purposes. And I just saw Dan put his hand up as well.
We are over the 5 minutes. Dan, have you got a real quick answer for him?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I think I do. So the scheme or the structure, the design, build, finance, operate, maintain project that we built for the biosolids down there leaves all the secondary market obligations to the contractor. The city doesn't have any involvement in that. They can provide that material in whatever markets they choose, and that's all baked into the scheme. So the city doesn't have any, we obviously can see what they're doing, but we don't have any authority or any influence over it because that is 100% their obligation.
I know I'm pushing my time limit here, but Dan, could you add them but a consent item to Public Works? Because I think a lot of the public would like to be able to recycle this product and show their leadership in preserving the environment. And you just get them, your operator, to give us a brief note on how they're going to be marketed and how the public can get it. Is that possible?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm sure Andrew and John can come back with some kind of a report, and whether it's inviting the proponent or just us doing a short presentation, we'd be happy to do that. It's a great story.
So put me back on the list again, please, Madam Chair.
I've done that. Thank you. And so, second time speaker is Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. To pick up back on the Chouteau Creek response on slide 25, General Manager McKinnon, you gave a professional university type explanation about how staff and management often will go to more than one consultant to try to give council and ultimately the taxpayers we represent the best possible advice, information, and ultimately decision-making opportunity. I'm asking you sincerely, General Manager McKinnon, given the heightened contentiousness over Chouteau Creek, the 4.5 years of the gate open, etc., and to where we are now, my hunch would be, and I have nothing in writing, Madam Deputy Mayor, my hunch would be that the city's response, basically receiving SLR's do nothing approach in February, my hunch would be the minister or deputy minister or the bureaucrats in the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks probably did not take lightly to that, just given the whole optics of the situation. And we've heard over the weekend, Dan, from some very important community players that have degrees after their names for the environment protection, preservation, conservation, who literally question if management maybe aren't satisfied with one particular remedy that may be a little more costly, that may be, if you will, at the end of the day, the right thing to do, but maybe are just looking for an alternative opinion that may not be as complicated in terms of carrying out the procedure of what needs to be done. Madam Deputy Mayor, a long question, and I think General Manager McKinnon hopefully gets the thrust of what I'm asking from the optics of the community standpoint. Dan, please.
Dan?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So it is important to remember that in the Wood report, notwithstanding the fact that they did make a recommendation that dredging would be a suitable option for this, they did recommend further study. And that further study that they wanted was to look at the aquatic life and to see and evaluate what adverse effects the dredging activity may have on the aquatic life in the bed of the creek. And so that second study, it wasn't us fishing for a cheaper option. It really was in relation to the recommendations that Wood had made. But I am sensitive and appreciate the optics of this, Councillor, because I know that often in our world, it's council that has to deal with the optics of situation as opposed to kind of the strict facts on the ground. And maybe just in reflection to your email yesterday, as staff, we are biased towards what is the lowest cost to resolve any situation, whether it be a capital improvement, whether it be remediation. And we have to mix in cost across everything and no different than council's obligations, because we want to make sure that we're providing the best value to the community and understand that there's an ability to pay aspect of this that has to be considered. So I can say with great confidence, we're not shopping for one particular answer over another that may just be strictly related to lowest cost. But in the case of Chute Oak Creek, we really were following the recommendations of the original report to have a closer look at the aquatic life in the creek. And one of the challenges with respect to those orders, very much like the current orders that we had, is that we didn't object to anything that the province was asking us to do. We all ended up in a very unfortunate situation here, and there's no playbook for this. One of the challenges was the timelines that they gave us. They asked for us to do things very quickly. They asked us to use existing data sets as opposed to going out and doing other things in the field, although there was some minor testing that we did do in the field. But the timelines does make it a bit of a challenge when it comes to doing these types of initiatives, because you have to be thoughtful. You have to really consider everything that may come as a result of your activities. And the last thing we want to do is I'll say take a knee-jerk reaction and go out and do something without really considering the adverse effects of our good intentions. And so that's really what we observed with the Chute Oak Creek incident, was making sure that it was a thoughtful approach, that we were considering all aspects of the creek. And it just kind of played out the way it did, whereby we had two consultant reports that maybe looked like they were contradicting each other, but really I think they were complementary of each other in my view.
Thank you, General Manager, for the genuineness of your response. Madam Deputy Mayor, through to Senior Director Grice, in light of what the General Manager has said, Andrew, in light of the order that came out on Friday from the Minister, a few weeks ago when you first presented your 4.28% proposed water rate increase, you had talked, when I asked you the question of why isn't Chute Oak even mentioned in that first presentation back in October, you had said partners, stakeholders in the community, Madam Deputy Mayor, have been at the table and hope to bring back something in Q1, if I recall, of next year. In light of the minister's order Friday, I believe now there's a January 22 deadline for a Chute Oak Creek rehab work plan. Does that literally accelerate what you had planned to bring back in Q1 to January 22nd, or is that something different? Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, to Director Grice.
Andrew?
Through the chair, Councillor Jackson, you are correct. That is really that same line of thought. It is an accelerated schedule, and that is going to be a real challenge for us. Part of the order and part of our collaborative approach is really engaging with our stakeholders to develop a plan. This is not the city recommending what we think from a gray infrastructure perspective will be the best solution for the city. Is looking at it collaboratively to figure out what the best solution is. So yes, it is kind of that same idea. January 22nd is going to be extremely challenging to do so in any wholesome way.
Last question, Madam Deputy Mayor, to the Director. Andrew, on slide 25 and 26, you talk about all the good things that your department has done already in Chute Oak Creek. Obviously our CSO tanks, the studies and assignments of quality improvement, creation of the Watershed Management Committee, all the good things. And you've also said you have earmarked, if I heard correctly earlier today, $3 to $4 million for some form of improving Chute Oak Creek and Cootes Paradise. Did the ministry know all this and all the work the last 2 or 3 years you have shared publicly of what Hamilton Water has done with partners in the community? Because it somewhat is puzzling to me that all this work that's done, you're on the verge of trying to improve things there, and yet again, the ministry came back basically with a stern, sorry, we reject your do nothing approach. Have you shared all this information earlier? And that's my last question for now, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Andrew?
So through the chair, the ministry is certainly aware of the past investments that the city has made, as well as some of the current work that is undergoing. I would say that the ministry has their own responsibility and processes that they need to follow. So I think the best we can do is continue to work with them and try and make these investments for the future. We do have a number of things planned, but like I said, even the money that we've carried within our budget is not going to go very far. There is more that needs to be done. So this order will push us that direction to come back with a plan that we can make the most appropriate investments. And following up on Dan's comment, we don't want to react too quickly to this because we need to make sure we're making the right improvements that are built to last. We don't want to do anything too quickly that might have a band-aid solution or might have long-term operating impacts or other consequences in the harbor. So it is important we work with our stakeholders to develop a comprehensive plan that is actually something we can deliver upon. But we do have $3 to $4 million earmarked in 21 through 24 to deliver some low-hanging fruit, but certainly you will see future budget requests for greater improvements in the Chute Oak watershed.
Thank you, Senior Director. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, for your indulgence.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Clark for a second time.
Can you hear me?
I do.
Thank you. I'd like to pick up where Councillor Jackson left off, if I may, with regards to the Chute Oak Creek restoration. I'd like to know staff's comments on a suggestion that I'm going to make that the city manager, the director, and the general manager meet with the deputy minister of the Ministry of Environment to discuss the Chute Oak Creek restoration, our findings and our desires to remediate.
Andrew?
That can either come through Andrew or through
Dan.
the city manager or Dan. At the end of the day, and the reason, because I've stressed this before, and I have to be careful because I'm not sure exactly everything that I said in camera, but it's been my experience that the IEB, the Investigation and Enforcement Branch of the Ministry of Environment, is an entity unto itself. The local district office is an entity unto itself. The minister's office is an entity unto itself. They may share information, but the IEB is going to continue doing their investigation and come to any conclusions with regards to charges and fines. That's their job. In the meantime, in my humble opinion, we should have been discussing this with the deputy minister to impress upon the deputy minister our desire and intention to do what is right to remediate Chute Oak Creek. And that meeting hasn't happened. So I'd like to hear a comment from senior staff about if they have concerns about holding that type of meeting, what they think about holding that type of meeting. Because I think it's been my experience that the Ministry of Environment is loath to lay fines and charges against municipalities. They don't want to do that. But you have a different branch that makes determinations in terms of remediation and all that type of work. It's not IEB that does that. So I'd like to hear a comment from staff.
Dan?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, Councillor, certainly happy to go offline with Jeanette and strategize over that. I agree with your characterization of the three different branches, if you will, and notwithstanding the fact that that conversation may have little impact on the IEB and whatever conclusions that they draw or actions that they take afterwards, I think it's always a good idea to go and remind the senior officials at the ministry about the investments that the city's made and about the attention that this has got locally and really I would say the posture and the sentiment that we're hearing from council as far as really wanting to amp up the investments around the Chute Oak Creek watershed and to make this right. So happy to take that offline with Jeanette and strategize with that.
Yeah, so if you could do that, because at our next council meeting, I'm inclined, if Councillor Jackson and others would agree, to pass a motion that directs the city manager and yourself, Mr. McKinnon, and Mr. Grice to meet with the deputy minister and fully inform them as to everything that we've been doing. Because again, it's my experience that sometimes they operate in silos and they don't get all the information. Some of it gets through. Dan, I'm not trying to disparage the ministry, but it's a big organization, and so we want to make sure that they understand that we are committed to going forward with this, and this do nothing approach, which was recommended by our consultant. And I would like to ask a question about that, Madam Deputy Mayor. If I recall, when we had that discussion about that recommendation, we were only asked to receive that report. That the information, you were responding to a provincial order, so the work from the consultant was in order to have that consultant's work done, and you forwarded that consultant's report to the ministry, and we were simply receiving that information at that time, and you were informing us. So council never really made the determination to do nothing. It was in response to a provincial order, here's the consultant's information, which is what the ministry had asked for. Do I recall that correctly?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm going to look to Andrew. He's just going to quickly look for that. But that is my recollection, Councillor, is that it was an information report, us making council aware of how the second study had played out, and generally speaking, what was the information that we were going to provide to council. And you know, I don't want to sound like I'm splitting hairs. This was strictly related to the impacts of the spill, and again, it was a risk-benefit analysis about whether or not having that kind of invasive intervention into the creek was going to provide more benefit than what had already happened from a natural perspective with the fact that the creek had already had its natural response and was actually the water quality was doing pretty well. So that is a very different conversation than anything else that council would like to do going forward, as far as cleaning up the creek, enhancing the creek, dealing with the 150-year legacy of humanity having a negative influence on that creek. So those are two very different things. And so we were very, I would say, hyper-focused on the order, and specifically with respect to the effects of the spill.
Councillor, your 5 minutes is up.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Mr. McKinnon for clarifying that. And we had not spoken prior to this that I was going to ask this particular question. I wanted to ask it point blank in an open session so the public could actually hear the response directly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson for a second time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just a few more quick questions. Andrew, when you're showing another 13 FTEs that you want to bring on this next budget year, and although it only has an impact of $300K because of bulk of it is savings because you're bringing in-house stuff that was traditionally put out to outside consultants and energy savings. We had a large influx of people 3 or 4 years ago, maybe 4 years ago, when we started this $400 million capital program at Woodward Avenue. This is going to wind down in 2021 into 2022. When will we start to see an FTE reduction then, once this construction comes to a close?
So through the chair, I might have to rely on Dan because this predates my time, but I do not believe we saw a large increase in FTEs to deliver the program. There has been a large, or there has been a request for FTEs over the last couple of years to help with the delivery of the program. Those were resources that were earmarked for the ongoing operation of the facility. We accelerated some of those to help with the actual construction of the project, but those are all operational resources for the continued ongoing operation. But I think Dan also wanted to speak to this as well.
To you, Madam Deputy Mayor, if I may, I think, Councillor, what you're referring to was that small group that originally Dan Chauvin led with respect to the capital delivery. There was some resources that were moved around internally, as well as some additional resources that were brought in on a temporary basis. So we will have to take a look at that likely in 2022. One of the things that I can give a bit of a heads up on is, as we are starting to move through the next phase of our master planning, and as we are starting to enjoy the growth that's happening in the city, we are going to have to turn our minds to an expansion to the plant. And at the risk of splitting hairs here with language, the current project that we've done to the plant does not expand it from a capacity perspective. What it does is it gives us the ability to treat the effluent to a much higher standard. It's really an environmental investment, but we are going to have to start turning our minds to how are we going to have to expand the plant, the capacity, in order to accommodate the growth that this wonderful growth that we're seeing in the city of Hamilton. And in addition to that, the project that Andrew identified with respect to the Dundas plant, both of those activities are big endeavors that we have to do with a small group of people. So it's quite likely that we may be coming to council in 2022 to look at whether or not we repurpose that small team in order for them to be able to start work on the expansion of the plant, and as well as the work that we might have to do in Dundas.
Okay, and it was the Dan Chauvin group that there was a fair number of people. You certainly needs city staff to oversee the consultants that are managing the physical construction and the design that goes together. But we kept getting asked for more, and we don't see it starting to sunset back yet. I realize that this is just the quality, and going to the quantity will be the next issue. But you got to get the capital dollars lined up before you can do that, I would expect. And is it similar in size in your view, the quantity increase? Would it be in the $400 million range again?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm trying to reflect on the original master plan that identified about $700 million between the enhancements and the capacity. And so it looks like we're about halfway there in around 350 million. So order of magnitude, it's likely going to be similar, Councillor. And, one of the things that, just as a bit of a plug here is to just say, we staffed this properly, and we have a project that is on budget, on schedule, with very little problems. And so I think this is a great example of when you put the right resources in place at the start, you end up with a good result, and I wouldn't want to do anything to jeopardize that.
No, it's no question. I'm not criticizing the staff you put in there. They obviously have done an amazing job. No lost time injuries, on time, on budget. What else you want? And as long as it works when you turn the switch on, I guess that's the next big test. But and so I'm not trying to criticize that at all. Except every year you come in more and more and more and more and more. And now that it's done, do you start to crank that back a bit? Fully recognizing you got a phase 2, but you need to find another $350 million before you can go ahead and hire the consultants to design it and build it. And so I'm going to keep bringing this up every year, Dan. As you know, it's not the first time I've raised this issue, because I've sat on your committee right from the start, and when you put together the steering committee on it. And so I won't, the chairman's going to cut me off in time here in a minute, so I want to move on. Just a couple more quick questions. Dan, on Appendix N, it struck me when I read through all the detailed projects, most of them are studies. But I'm just going to ask you about a couple in Ancaster, so I'll be brief, very brief. Hillside SPS upgrades. What is an SPS and what's Hillside?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, it's Hillside, I'm assuming, is a street, and an SPS is a sewage pump station. But I'm going to look to Andrew or Mark Bainbridge if they can give some background on that. But typically, it's either a pump station that has to be constructed to support new development, or has to be the capacity has to be expanded to support new development, or it's a state of good repair project where we are trying to do replacements to make sure that it's the equipment in there is of good working order, and it's a sustainability initiative. But I'll
okay.
Andrew, I don't know if you can.
At least I know what SPS now, sewage pump station. That's another acronym I got to tuck away. And so Hillside's a street, is it? Because I'm not aware of a Hillside in Ancaster.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
I'll take that offline because I don't want the chairman to cut me off here. So I'll find where Hillside is. The next thing is Southcote. We're doing a major reconstruction there in 2022. And there's $160,000 in for water main, which you can't do much for $160,000. What does that work? Just to extend some hydrants out to prepare for the widening? Is Andrew still here?
To you, Madam Deputy Mayor, Andrew is still here. I can only assume that part of that might be funded through DCs, because you're right, 160,000 doesn't buy a lot of water main these days. I'm going to look if I can invite Andrew in to see if he's got any, provide any clarity on that.
Andrew?
Through the chair, I am just kind of looking through the appendix as well. I think Dan is correct. This is the water main component of this. There would be some asset rehabilitation that comes out of our standard rates, likely a DC component to it as well. But I'd really have to look through line by line on our projects to figure out the exact details of each of them, and not something that I have at my fingertips for the $150 million of capital we have in front of you today.
Okay, and the last one is, and Dave Alberton may know the answer to this because it's in Jerseyville, they've identified there's some storm drainage issues there through that village, but there's nothing in the capital budget. Is that on your radar still to improve that drainage storm through the village of Jerseyville?
Through the chair, I do not know myself, but I believe Dave Alberton is tuning in. So if Dave does have an update on that, he can provide it, but I'm not sure if he would or not.
And this is my last question, Madam Chair.
Dave?
Through the chair, at the present time, I have no update on that project.
Can you get back to me on that, Dave?
Through the chair, absolutely, Councillor.
That's all, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. That concludes the speakers list. Two things. I would like to take a break at this point because the next presentation, or the rest of the presentation, Brian McMullen will be giving, and then we will have questions. And so if we could take a quick break now, just to give the staff an opportunity to eat and give ourselves an opportunity to eat if we wish. I'd appreciate that. Then we can come back for the rest of the conclusion of the presentation and those questions, and then we'll move on to the rest of the agenda. I need a seconder, someone to move and someone to second a recess. Moved by Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Pearson. No, Councillor Wilson, did you want to say something?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify. Sorry, I'm imagining that Mr. Grice, Mr. McKinnon will be available after Mr. McMullen does his part of his presentation. Yes.
I was assuming so.
Because I have some.
Grice, will
I
you
have
be
some
back?
questions with respect to the report itself, not the presentation per se.
Sorry. Yes, they should all be here according to the clerk. Because once the presentation is over, then we'll be looking at the report and asking questions on the report if anyone has questions on the report.
I do have several. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So moved by Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Pearson. Councillor Pearson, are you looking to say something, or are you just indicating seconding? Councillor Farr, your hand is up.
When do you want us back?
Half an hour.
Thank you.
So it is now 11:40. So 12:10 we'll be back here. Okay. All right, and we do have to vote on that. So if you can check your screen. It's coming. There it is. Welcome back. This is the General Issues Committee budget meeting of Monday, November 23rd, and we are on item number 6.2. The second half of the presentation will be given by Brian McMullen. Brian, anytime you're ready.
Brian, we can't hear you.
Mute, unmute. We got that now?
There you go. Yep.
Now we can hear you.
All right. So sorry, that was a very interesting morning. We're starting at slide 56. I'd like to thank Andrew Grace and his team for assisting with the presentation, putting it all together into one slide deck that we can follow along this afternoon. Andrew had about 55 slides. I have 27. So we'll take you through, and one of the last slides is related to the discussion that happened this morning regarding Kenilworth. So regarding the rate budget, just in general, when we talk about a rate budget or budgets in general, there's a lot of things to consider. Andrew went through a number of programs and services that are provided by Hamilton Water and also in engineering services. So you have your services and your programs that are multi-year operational needs, and your multi-year capital needs are the main things that are coming out of the rate budget. And we have primarily driven by consumption, and I'll get into some of the discussion about our consumption trends. Andrew touched on the strategic plan and term accounts of priorities. That also guides the framing of the budget process. And in Hamilton, like other municipalities, we operate in a legislative framework, a lot of regulations, and once again, Andrew touched on that this morning. So in addition to the Municipal Act, the Safe Drinking Water Act, the Development Charges Act, we have asset management regulations, the Places to Grow Act, and many water, wastewater, and storm compliance type work that's required. And as we get into that, we have growth and development charges that impact the budget that's created, and obviously we have Canadian and Ontario government programs that we hope to rely on specifically for the capital type projects that can assist in lessening the burden on the ratepayers. We have some non-rate revenues, and then we get into, we have a mix of rate revenues, both fixed and variable, consumption-based, reserves, and debt. And I'll get into some discussion about those in the next coming slides. Oops. Some of the things that Andrew touched on, he touched on a number of the metrics in Hamilton Water. We have a number of other ones that we're just sort of highlighting here on some of the operating and capital type of work, sort of leads and leads off of Andrew's presentation. So these are some of the things that your budget dollars provide, and I won't go through those. When we've completed the rate budget and we have the committee report before you with many appendices, the rate budget snapshot, we have operating and capital. So the operating budget, Andrew touched on that this morning. Overall programs, $245 million. And then we have rate revenue and non-rate revenue to support that operating budget. On the capital side, for 2021, we have $299 million in rate capital, split between the three programs of wastewater, water, and storm, with the various splits there. And over the 10-year horizon, we have capital investments of $2.53 billion, and that's only slightly different than the 10-year forecast from last year. Highlighting the operating budget. This is one of these slides or one of the tables from the committee report. Some of the same information I just highlighted on the previous slides. The operating budget is, as you can see, primarily driven by the capital debt and reserve financing. The 154.9 million of the 245.6 million. Not unlike previous years, but slightly a little bit higher, $8.6 million increase over last year, about a 5.9% pure number increase, whereas the program expenditures are at 4.5% increase. And then when we factor in all of our consumption and our assumptions about consumption, we get into and the rate increase we're going to draw an additional $12.7 million this year for $242.7 million from the revenues. The non-program revenues, or the 9 non-rate revenues, are about $2.9 million this year. So we have our sources of capital on the 2021 budget, and I'll get into some more of those details. Like I mentioned, we have grants, subsidies, and some other revenues, about $24.2 million, development charges of $77 million, and then we have an operating budget contribution. So when I go back to the previous slide on the capital financing of the capital program, $125 million comes from operating and goes to capital. About $14.6 million is allocated from reserves, and there's a number of work in progress capital projects that have that there's available money. So Public Works used that available money and reallocated that to this year's 2021 capital budget. And then in addition, we have $48 million in debt that we plan on issuing related to this year's capital budget, and that's the same number as that was in last year's budget. So we tried to remain consistent when we went through the model to determine how much money we needed and what the corresponding rate increase would be. And the 4.28% that I mentioned on the previous slide, that was the same number that was approved in Brinsville last year. Regarding the provincial grants and subsidies, I'll talk about it on this slide because we don't have a lot of, I have another slide in particular, and it was, Andrew referenced it this morning on a number of programs that have been in place. So in 2010, we did receive $100 million for provincial infrastructure related to the wastewater treatment plant through the and the federal government, from another $100 million for the Green Infrastructure Fund related to Woodward upgrades and the Clean Harbor. So that money, we are drawing down that money in 2021 and 2022 as we complete that project. We also had the Clean Water Wastewater Fund. So that was announced in 2017. We had approval for 16 projects. And that program was 50% federal government, 25% provincial, and 25% city. And similarly, we're getting to the near the end of those programs. There's been an extension until September 30th, 2021 for those programs. Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund, back in 2019, the program was announced. This rate budget takes into account about $420,000 of federal funding that was available. The city had to fund $630 related to backflow devices at 4 of our combined sewer overflow outlets, and that work could be completed between 2020 and 2025. Andrew mentioned the Investing in Canada Infrastructure program, the Green Infrastructure Intake Program. So the program was announced, the Investing in Infrastructure Canada program was announced in March 2018. And we're still waiting for an announcement from the province related to the Green Infrastructure Stream. Recently, the Resilience Stream was announced on October 28th. And what that program does in Ontario, it takes some of the money that might have been allocated for the green infrastructure and reallocates it to the Resilience Infrastructure Stream. We've received notification that we're receiving $7.4 million, and we'll be bringing a report forward on to GIC on December the 9th to advise council of the selection, our recommendations for the 5 projects up to 5 projects that we can bring forward to use that $7.4 million of resilience funding. When we talk about consumption and revenues, we have this shows a breakdown of our metered accounts and the revenues by the sector. So 93% of our accounts are residential, and 7% are the ICI and MR. So that's industrial, commercial, institutional, and multi-res. Whereas by the revenues by sector, though, it's 49% residential and 51% for the industrial, commercial, and multi-residential sector. So that's out of our total $245.6 million in rate revenues. So when we talk about our proposed and recommended 4.28% combined rate increase, what we need to do is to show you what those trends have been, and we'll get into some of the comparators on how we compare to other municipalities. So that trend line, the blue line there, is what the increases have been over the past 10 years, with our proposed or recommended 4.28% for their combined rate increase for this year. So we've averaged 4.38%, and then the red line is where, if you consider what just your normal inflation would be, then that's what the red line shows. It would be adjusted for inflation. And the main thing that we've stressed, and you may have heard in prior years, is when we have these rate increases, especially in the last couple of years, the majority of it has been going to the capital financing expenditures related to the investments we need to make in the capital infrastructure. And again, Andrew highlighted a lot of that infrastructure and a lot of that work that needs to be maintained on an annual and over a life cycle term. So 3% of the 4.28% is going towards the capital financing expenses, and another 1.28% goes to the operating expenses. So when you go from 2020 to the 2021 residential average bill, last year it was $752.60. The recommended increase is about $32 a year, $32.20. That's the recommended increase to get you to the $784.80 for this year's bill. And that's based on our annual water consumption for an average resident of the 200 cubic meters. So regarding consumption, so since 2012, from 2012 to 2020, we've added about 12,800 accounts, or about a 10% increase. While we've seen a decrease of about 1% in consumption over that same period. So there's a number of conservation efforts that have been taking place over the years. Residential toilet consumption is one of those things. 35% of indoor consumption. There's been code changes where you've had high efficiency toilets and washing machines. That's made a number of changes. The residential water consumption budget is about $107 million of the $245 million budget. In addition to the water consumption, so this just shows some of the trends on some of our I'll call them our sort of four categories how we've shown them. So we've had a slight growth in the consumption, minor in the last forecast in the next 3 to 4 years. We expect the ICI and multi-res to be somewhat consistent. We have agreements with Halton and Haldeman, and they're obviously relatively less dollars, and we expect them to be somewhat their volumes to be consistent with our current trends. So when we get into our ICI and multi-res consumption, we have some history here from 2016 to 2019. Our 2020 budget assumptions, our 2020 forecast is slightly less than our 2020 budget. And then from 2021 to 2024, we're making assumptions that the consumption would be about the same on those in that sector. So what I alluded to a minute ago was how does Hamilton compare? And I know Mike showed some of these slides, some of this information when we had our GIC budget meeting on October 28th. So in Hamilton's case, we participate in the municipal competitiveness study, and this is the last information that was available. The 2019 it shows our water wastewater bill as a percentage of household income. We're over in the blue at about 0.7%. Some municipalities are higher, and so that indicates that we're quite low at that end. So our bills are in the more affordable range when you talk about how it equates to as a percentage of the household income. Some of the other direct comparisons on the bill basis is not necessarily the same municipalities that were on the previous slide, because the previous slide is based on who participates in the BMA annual study. In this case, this is some information that John Savoy and staff pulled together. And as we may have noted before, in Hamilton's case, we provide 3 services. So the water, the wastewater, and the stormwater is primarily included in your water, wastewater bills. So the Hamilton's down at about 753. This is last year's number. We don't have this year's information because it's not yet available. So we're down at the bottom end of that of this chart. And like I said, we provide 3 services. So the feeling is that our services are quite affordable when we compare it to other municipalities. And some of the rationale for the justification of the 4.28% increase this year. So now we get into the long-term capital program. So at a glance, I mentioned earlier, it's about $299.9 million, almost $300 million in 2021. There is a number of appendices, and Councillor Ferguson referred to a few of them earlier this morning. There's a number of appendices that highlight all the projects that are in the works in 2021 and in the future years, and all those projects are related to taking care of and maintaining and having stewardship over the water, wastewater, and storm infrastructure in the city of Hamilton, to provide clean water to Hamilton residents and all consumers. So when you look at the spread over the next 10 years, you can see that the Woodward wastewater treatment plant upgrade is being completed in 2021 and 2022 as far as the budget is concerned, the allocation of the dollars. And then there's a bit of a drop, and then the Woodward wastewater treatment plant expansion basically starts in 2026 to 2028. That's when the dollars are allocated at this time. And I know Andrew mentioned this morning, so we'll be also looking at the allocation of those dollars and when that money gets spent, and that's an annual exercise that I think it's John Helka and his team go through. So that that project, I think it was mentioned this morning. So that project's the expansion is a $296.4 million project. It's 100% development charge funded, with like the primary. If you can't tell from those charts, but in the report we indicated that it's about $280 million in those years. Those green parts of the bars, I guess, parts of the bar. So $280 million. We've got $94 million in 2026, another 93, and another $93 million in 2027 and 2028. Now, as far as our 10-year capital strategy and how we will pay for it, we have about $155 million in the current budget, $154.9 million, I think it is, in the current year's 2021 budget. And this is what's in the operating budget side of the rate budget. So we have the DC exemption piece that's at the top. So that's about $8 to $9 million. It's going up to $9 million, and that's what we're expecting that to be over the next 10-year horizon. Then at the bottom you have your debt charges, and they're somewhat consistent at the bottom. And then the amount in between is basically your rate contribution. So that's your contribution from your rate revenues going directly to pay for capital. So we see that ramping up over the next few years as we continue to repair and focus on the capital infrastructure. So when we have a few options, as I mentioned, the rate revenues, and then we have debt and our reserves. So these next few slides get into the debt and reserves, and there's not too many slides left. So when we look at our outstanding debt and what we projected into the future, I mentioned that we have $48 million in this year's projection to finance projects with rate supported debt. Those projects in particular the debt will be deferred. We don't necessarily incur or issue that debt in the year that the project's budgeted. It'll be more so when that project is completed. So this chart, the the beige is the top bars. That is the projects that are funded from DC debt, and the blue represents the debt that is funded from the rate supported the non-DC debt piece. So when you look out there to 2027, 2028, there's a large amounts that are there for our increases related to development charges. So that's the AEGD debt. We've got about $51 million related to the pumping stations and storm and wastewater enhancements to support development around the airport. And then I mentioned earlier, a few slides ago, the Woodward wastewater treatment plant is also in those, and that'll be in 2026. So that debt may be occurring in the years after that. So when you have that debt, then of course you have the debt charges. That goes back to a previous slide on what those debt charges are going to look like. So this case, it's light green at the top. That is your development charge funded debt. So that's where that you see that it peaks at about $52 million in 2029. So that's the debt charges that'll be funded from development charges. And the bottom piece is the debt that is funded from the rate budget directly. So, and again, that $48 million that is in this year's budget, in this year's capital budget, that funding will be spread out through debt charges in typically over 15 years. We revised some of our assumptions in this year's capital budget. So we previously had assumptions around debt being 15 years and around 5%. So we've reduced our assumptions to closer to down to 3%, as that's what we're experiencing in the public market. Now, so in this year's budget, we've taken some funds from reserve, and we have about, I guess there's about five key reserves within the that support the water wastewater program. This slide shows the three main reserves where we're not showing the provincial subsidy funds that we had and put in reserve. We're not showing that $100 million because that'll be used up by 2021, and we're not showing the meter replacement reserve either. So this focuses on our three main sources of funding for capital. And we I think it was 2016 where we did a rate reserve report, and we looked at some industry standards, and we came up with what our target reserve balances should be. And I think at that time, I know at that time, we said that they would be at 0.5% of the replacement value to 2% of the replacement value. That's a healthy figure where we should be. With this year's budget, we've looked at the financing and the future rate increases and the future debt. And what this shows you is that over the next 4 years, I guess, because our reserve balances are going down to just over $40 million in these key reserves. So part of that is to maintain the rate increases as we expected our strategy is sort of around the 4 to 5% range, and that's what this. So we use the reserves to fund some of that difference. And in addition, the reserves are used for in-year programs, unanticipated events that may come up. Or if we have consumption fluctuations that are large in the operating budget, so then we'll use these reserves for those to fund those shortfalls. And that is it for basically the details on the financial side of it. This last slide, and the next one is just a thank you slide. This last slide is related to the amendment that was being discussed this morning regarding Kenilworth, and I know Stephanie has sent out a few emails about this, and we can come back to this in a few minutes. Regarding next steps, if General Issues Committee approves the budget today, then we expect it'll go to Council on November the 25th. And if not, we have another meeting scheduled on December the 1st, and then the budget would then be ratified at Council on December the 16th. And so that's it. I'd like to thank you. I'd like to thank my team who will pull this presentation together and the committee report. And like I said, there's numerous people involved in the process. Andrew mentioned from the Hamilton Water side, and also the engineering services, planning and economic development. We have our corporate services staff in finance that put all this information together. If there are specific questions, I know I have Mike Zagaric on the line, and in addition, John Savoy is on the line for some specific questions about the presentation and the report. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. That was a great presentation. I do have a speakers list for questions of clarification on the presentation. And the order is Councillors Wilson, Clark, and Ferguson. So Councillor Wilson, the floor is yours for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, my first question, if you don't mind, is to Mr. McKinnon, if he's still with us.
Yes, I see him.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
I'll be going both to the morning presentation and this, and that's why I asked if they were going to be in attendance. Thank you. Mr. McKinnon, Dan, I'm trying to reconcile that which is set out in slide 38 of your presentation, if I understand it correctly, and it gives an infrastructure report card, if you will. And I thought I interpret that report card to mean that we, in each category, so water, horizontal, water, vertical, wastewater, horizontal, wastewater, vertical, stormwater, horizontal, stormwater, vertical, we are below the target investment in all of our assets. Am I reading that correctly?
Dan?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I would argue that on the drinking water horizontal, we are within the range now of the reinvestment rates that the Canadian Infrastructure Report Card suggests. We are just underneath it for water vertical, but in wastewater and stormwater, both of those entire programs are well below the reinvestment rates that the Infrastructure Report Card suggests for municipalities.
Okay.
Councillor?
That's helpful. So then my next question is to one of your slides, which showed both the percentage of income and also that I think we're the second lowest comparator in terms of our water rates. Why is that in the public's interest to have water rates that are so low if we are below our targeted investments for at least the wastewater and the storm?
Dan?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I guess that's one of the challenges that Hamilton and all municipalities face, is to try to find that balance between affordability or the community's ability to pay versus what we know about the investments that we need to make in our systems. And if I may just expand on slide 38, the reinvestment rates that we articulate on that slide from a Hamilton perspective, buried within those are also investments that are not state of good repair. Those are other investments that I would characterize as customer programs or enhancements to our system as a result of the desire for council to do the right thing for the environment. And so over the last couple of decades, and certainly since I've been in a position of leadership within Hamilton Water over the last 15 years, Hamilton has made an extraordinary investment in the environment through the rates that are represented on that slide. And for example, the combined sewer overflow tank strategy, the Woodward upgrades, the primary clarification, primaries upgrades at the plant. Hundreds of millions of dollars have been invested by this council and previous councils to protect the environment. But unfortunately, what we do is we do that at the expense of the sustainability of the existing system. And so one of the conversations that Andrew and I have been having is about breaking down that slide so that we can show very clearly to council what investments are being made to improve or to minimize our impact on the environment versus what investments are being made for the sustainability of the systems. There are three very distinct systems that all have their own reinvestment profiles. And so I guess just to sum it up, I would say that not only are we behind from those reinvestment rates generally, but the investments that we are making are not just state of good repair or sustainability investments. A lot of that is going to protection and enhancement of the environment as well.
Councillor?
Thank you. So I really appreciate your reference to the ability to pay, Dan. However, on slide 72 that Brian had up, it showed that 0.7%, we are the second lowest municipality in terms of the percentage of household income going towards our water and wastewater. So we are really quite low in terms of how much household income we're taking from people when it comes to try and invest in some pretty critical infrastructure. I do have a couple of questions. In addition, I'd like to jump, if I could,
Councillor, Councillor, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you are at your 5 minutes. So can I put you on the list for second time?
Yes, of course. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Vanderbeek. Is Mr. Zagaric on the line? Can I ask him a question?
Yes, I believe he is. I saw his name somewhere.
So in past, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Zagaric.
There he is.
In yes, good afternoon. Yes, it is. Oh my gosh. Well, isn't that indicative, eh? My question is, in the past deliberations on budgets, we have heard from time to time about the ability to pay, which I think Councillor Wilson just mentioned. And it has been a challenge in Hamilton, and we look at the ability to pay based on their income, based on our taxes and our rates that we charge. Has the ability to pay gotten worse in Hamilton as a result of COVID-19? My assumption would be yes, but I don't know that's the case.
Yeah, so through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'll draw on the first presentation this morning. I believe some of those statistics were shared with committee earlier this month. Is Electra is reporting actually lower number of accounts that are falling 60 days in arrears as it relates to water and wastewater accounts, as well as a lower number of accounts that are being transferred to the tax roll in 2020 versus 2019. I suspect in part what's affecting that those numbers for 2020 may be the federal provincial funding that was provided to assist individuals and some private commercial, principally commercial entities try to navigate through this pandemic. The uncertainty will be in 2021, what programs will be available to principally for the commercial in 2021. We know that there is some assistance as it relates to property taxes and utilities for those properties that are in a modified lockdown. So there is some assistance provided by the provincial government. But to the councillor's question, the trends show not only on the utility side, but on our property tax information as well. And I haven't shared this yet with committee, that we're not seeing the same effect that the 2008 and 9 recession had. But again, I suspect that in part is due to the federal provincial funding that's helped individuals and corporations.
Okay. And the second question that I have, I'm trying to understand, we're doing a 4.28% increase, I believe. I'm going by memory. I could be a few points off for the rate budget, but then it indicates that the operational impact would be a 4.5% increase. So we're expected to pass the capital budget now. We're not having the deliberations on the operational side. What happens if that 4.5% operational increase doesn't occur?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm sorry if the council could ask a question. I'm sorry, I didn't completely understand the question.
So it could be me. After all, I thought it was the morning still. It was the budget for the rate budget is 4.28%. In this report, it shows that this 4.28% capital budget will mean a 4.5% increase in the operational budget. So we're passing the 4.28% before the end of December, which is historically been our pattern. My question is, so far council has been loath to look at a 4.5% increase across the board, But here we have it on the department. What happens if they say nay to that 4.5% for this department operationally, and we've already passed the capital budget?
Yeah. So through the chair, and I'll try to be quick. So this is the first of three budget presentations and budget processes. So today's presentation is the combined water, wastewater, storm operating and capital budget. So the 4.28 would support the water operation and capital requirements for 2021. Friday's presentation will be the tax capital, and that is presented on Friday with a subsequent December GIC if required. And the purpose is to approve those. The intent is to approve those budgets, especially in the case of water, wastewater, as the rate increases traditionally have been effective January 1st. So it just provides the city and our billing agent Electra to implement all the changes in order to implement a January 1st, 2021 effective date. Again, this is a separate budget process. If approved at GIC either today or in December and approved ultimately in council in December, that the budget would be final and the effective rate increases would be implemented on January 1st. On the tax capital side, that is ultimately not approved until the operating budget is approved, which is traditionally March or April.
Councillor, you are at your 5 minutes. Can I put you on the list?
Yes, please, because I have to mull over what Mr. Zagarika said. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ferguson, you have the floor.
Yes, I just have two questions, one for Brian and one for Andrew. So our first question to Brian is, I was really interested to hear that 100% of the next expansion, the next $350 million we're going to spend, which is for quantity, is going to be 100% funded from development charges. So Brian, does that mean our development charges bylaw already has this built into it and there'll be no impact on the levy?
So through the chair,
Brian?
I can make sure, yeah, you can hear me. Yeah, so through the chair, yeah, that is correct. So these projects have been in the development charge background study. So we've been collecting that, and they'll be there for the future. And of course, we monitor those development charge reserves, as you know, when we go into our next DC background study. We're constantly looking to see whether the pace of growth is keeping up with the projected projections that we've made, and then we have to adjust some of our plans related to some of the other infrastructure that is done under the development charges collections.
So I guess I owe an apology then to GM McKinnon because, with the staff reduction, he got talking about the expansion program. And I says, well, that's providing you get funding for it. But it sounds like he has funding. And so that's interesting news. I didn't know that until you mentioned it during your presentation on slide 76. My next question is for the director, Andrew Grice, if you're there, Andrew.
Andrew, you around?
Sorry, I'm here. I double clicked the mute button. My apologies.
I do that all the time. And so, Andrew, when we had our pre-meeting about the rate budget, you mentioned that because I questioned when you first came forward about the Kenilworth Reservoir, the $800 a cubic meter to haul that material away, and you made the comment that I was correct that it was high, but you're still back with that same number. What changed between our discussion last week and this week to have you still come back at 6.5 million?
Andrew?
So through the chair, I did mention during my part of the presentation, we are optimistic we can deliver this, a cheaper rate. However, we are still doing some further analysis on the materials, so we are requesting that it be kind of to an upset limit of 6.5. And really, the drivers associated with the increased cost here come due to the fact that we're working on an active drinking water reservoir. When we deal with contaminated soils at places like Woodward, we can use our large machinery to remove and replace the material. Here, we have to use much smaller equipment, which increases our handling and timing cost, and that is really a driver as why this is a higher per cubic meter cost than we typically experience.
But $800 is a typical excavation is $20 a meter, and you're going to 800. Are you still going to dispose of it up at the Otero location? I can't remember the new name.
So through the chair, the team has been working with TerraPure, and it is a material based on the most recent results that would be accepted there. So yes, our trucking cost should be decreased because we don't have to haul as far as we originally thought, which that is where we're expecting to see some of the potential savings come out. But again, this is still this is new information that is requiring further analysis. So we're hesitant to make a commitment to suggest that we can hit that mark. I know I saw some of the wording going around in the background, and happy to report back as we move forward. I just would hate to handcuff ourselves to a dollar value that would not provide us adequate funding to remove the soil.
As I typically do, I push you on, if it is not 6.5, what is it? I think that my recollection is, if I'm wrong, tell me, that you were thinking maybe half that, I mean, 3.5 million, and now you're back up to 6.5. And of course, typically when you get approval, not you, but typically when individuals get a budget approval, they tend to try to spend it. And so I'm just worried we're going to way over allocate this. I know it's coming from reserves, but it's still taxpayer money. When it doesn't put the tension on the system to be as cost competitive as you can, particularly if you got such a short haul. And whether you use skid steers or 5-yard backhoes, the cost per cubic meter may vary a little bit, but certainly not by hundreds of dollars per cubic meter.
Andrew?
Through the chair, I'm not quite sure how to respond to that. I mean, we've gone through our analysis with our team and we continue to do so. This is what we are seeing as our rate. I don't think I mentioned we could come in at 3.5. I think we're optimistic if test results come back favorable, which we expect they will. We may be closer to the $5 million mark, but I don't think we're going to be getting down to 3.5 million for this removal. And again, the replacement of the soil. We are at about 25,000 tons of soil. So I think that is also something that may have changed since we were in front of committee last time. I think we were talking more in maybe the 18 to 20,000. As we've done further analysis and looked at the soil depth, we do have an increase in tonnage as well.
Thank you. And that does bring you to the end of your 5 minutes, Councillor. Do you want me to put you back on the list?
Yes, please.
I'll do that. Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Wilson for a second time.
Thank you very much. I'm going to jump, if I could, right to Appendix A of the report, Chair Vanderbeek, and to Dan or Brian. Just want to make sure I'm understanding this. If I look in the percentage change, am I reading this correctly in that we're seeing a decrease in funding for our outreach and education, and also a 24% decrease over time for sustainable initiatives? Am I reading that correctly through you, Chair?
I don't know which one of you can answer that, but probably.
Sorry, so through the chair, Brian here. So I'm looking at Appendix A, page 1. Outreach and education. Yeah, the budget's been adjusted and it's going down by, I'm on the right line, 346. 4%. Sorry, 48,000. Yeah, down. It's still going down 4%. Yeah, by $49,000. Right. And the other one you referred to as
sustainable initiatives. Am I correct in saying it's going down 24%?
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, so it's going from 1.4 million to $1,084,000 in 2021.
Okay, thank you, Chair Vanderbeek. Could I ask Mr. McKinnon or Andrew if they could define what is included in the sustainable initiatives basket?
General Manager McKinnon.
Through the chair. So just to go back to the original comment about our outreach and education team. So that reduction has been occurring over the last couple of years, and that's to coincide with the frequency of our backwater valve uptake. You'll recall that we did a new contract a number of years ago, and we received a much reduced cost to install backwater valves, as well as the program has showing a slightly decreasing trend. So that is what that dollar value or that reduction there is reflective of our protective plumbing program. On the sustainable initiative side, I think I'm going to have to ask Mark to think about that for a second. I know he's having some technical difficulties logging onto the WebEx today, so I can maybe consult with him here in the background and provide a response to that here very shortly.
Okay. Pardon me. Thank you. I would appreciate that. I'd just like to pick up on the discussion about the potential, and for example, it's on a couple of pages in the report, but on page 27, it talks, I have two questions related to the wastewater plant, expansion project. What would trigger that? Was my first question.
Andrew?
Sorry, through the chair, I was actually asking Mark about the sustainable initiatives piece. So I caught the end of your question, Councillor Wilson. It was about what is the trigger for us to start the expansion process?
Yes, thank you, Andrew.
Okay. So we do look at our capacity at our Woodward facility. So on one of my earlier slides, I mentioned we're kind of sitting in that 75% capacity utilization right now. That's really a sweet spot for us. That allows us ample room for wet weather flow, but also provides enough flow to continue making our system functional from a biological perspective. As we look towards the future, one of our triggers is monitoring that those annual flows into our plant. And really, when we start to get to that 80%, we need to have a very good plan in place for how we are going to move forward. And certainly the creation of an expanded wastewater treatment plant is not something that you do just-in-time delivery. And this is always one of those difficult things to pick the exact right time, because we need it available when development's there, but we also can't be too early because it is funded from development charges. So it really is that sweet spot of hitting that 80% mark and then having a good plan in place and then starting to execute. We need to be well ahead of the curve on this, because much like the Woodward upgrade program, this is not an exercise that can be completed overnight. This is, you know, a 2 to 3 year design program followed by 3 to 4 years of construction. So that's why it's on our radar now, even though we're not likely going to need it until 2030 or maybe even slightly beyond. That work needs to start, you know, in kind of the mid 2020s to late 2020s to make sure that we can be done in time for when that growth actually does hit the city.
Thank you.
Councillor?
Another question that speaks to the risk that you say is inherent in that. On page 27, it says DC debt charges in comparison to DC revenue to mitigate the potential risk to the ratepayer. Much of the risk lies with the implementation plan currently forecasted. So could you just unpack that? That means we would be providing for and funding for an expansion, and the risk is we don't know whether the growth will meet the amount necessary through DCs to pay for that which we have upfronted. Is that?
So through the chair, I think you're on the right track there, but I think that's something that Brian can probably answer more eloquently than I.
Brian?
So through the chair, that's correct. So we begin to collect the development charges, and with the pace of growth that we expect that we're experiencing now, and so we'll be having and putting the money aside in the DC water, wastewater, and storm reserves for these projects. And if the pace of growth is not occurring citywide as quickly as we need it to fund the project, we'll be funding the project, and then we would run into situations where we'd have to debt fund the construction costs, which would then be recovered from the DC debt charges in the future. So there's that risk, and this is obviously it's a major project.
And that does complete your 5 minutes, Councillor. Do you need to go back on the list?
I have one further question, but I was wondering, is it possible if Andrew got an answer from Mark on the sustainable initiatives going down 24%? If he has an answer, could he provide me that now, or?
So through the chair, actually Mark is still working on that right now, so I actually don't have an answer for you quite yet.
Thank you.
So Councillor, do you want me to put you back on the list so that you can ask the question, you can bring the question up again?
Thanks.
I'll do that. Thank you. Councillor Clark for a second time.
Thank you. So back to Mr. Zagaric, we were discussing the 4.28% increase in the capital for the rate budget. And then in that rate budget, it also talked about that would translate into a 4.5% operational increase in the rate budget or in our operational budget. So I guess my question is, when we're looking at the rate budget, Does it include operational and capital when we pass the rate budget?
Yeah. So through you, Madam Chair, I'll refer to Appendix A, which is the appendix that Councillor Wilson was referring to. If councillors are able to open up Appendix A, you'll see that Appendix A breaks down the overall investment and expenditures, both operating, capital impacts on operating, and then the revenues. On the first subtotal, you'll see that operating expenditures, inclusive of the business cases that Andrew presented this morning, you'll see those are highlighted as part of the changes. Is increasing.
Can you indicate which page of Appendix A you were looking at, please?
Yeah. So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, apologize for that. Appendix A, page 1 of 5.
Thank you, sir.
You'll see, not a problem, you'll see the very first subcategory is the operating expenditures, and that represents an increase of I'll just draw your attention to the far right column. Represents an increase of $3.9 million or 4.5%. And you'll see above is all of the various operating programs and the changes that are being recommended for 2021. Further down, you'll see the capital impacts on operating. So this is contribution, which is dollar for dollar, or debt charges, which have a impact as it relates to additional debt and the cost to service that debt. And finally, as Brian referenced, as part of the financing plan and investments, the development charge exemptions. So you'll see that that the capital financing now at the top of page 2 of 5 is increasing by 5.9%. And the total, taking those subtotals, the total expenditures is increasing by 5.4%. And to offset that is revenues, a requirement for revenues to increase by 5.4%. And that would require I believe, again, it's a 4.28% rate increase.
So everything feeds into the 4.28%, including
Yes.
those 4.5%. It gets a bit confusing when.
Nope.
And I was just trying to understand it, and the mayor was helping me through his text messages, and I really appreciate that also. Thank you. The only other question I had would be to Mr. McKinnon, and I guess it goes to Councillor Ferguson's point, an increase of 14 FTEs. And if I heard you correct, it sounded like that those 14 FTEs were not going to cost us that much in 2021.
General Manager McKinnon?
Yeah, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Why, Dan, sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'm going to invite Andrew in on this, but there are some of it is actually as a result of savings with contractual services, whereby we know if we do the work ourselves, we can save money. So while it will be an increase on the staffing side of the ledger, it'll be a decrease on the contracting side of the ledger, because we know that our water main repair crews have become extraordinarily efficient at that, and so we're confident we can save money. Some of the other examples of why it's not a one-for-one with respect to the cost of the FTEs, I'm going to, if I may, invite Andrew into the expand on that.
Please, thank you.
Andrew?
Yeah, so through the chair, Dan is absolutely correct on the water distribution side. So we are very competitive on a number of exercises. This request for this crew is specifically for lead service replacements, but we have seen for all of our activities, whether it be water main breaks or hydrant replacements, we are extremely competitive. The other staffing requests that have significant savings associated with them are 2 stormwater technologists. So I mentioned we inherited the stormwater program in Hamilton Water back in 2019, and we continue to work our way through that to try and find some efficiencies. One of the major activities as part of that program is a cleaning out of our 120 odd stormwater ponds on a regular basis. And we're relying very heavily on consulting services to complete that task. We think we can get better value for our money, or we know we can get better value for our money by having some of our own staff oversee those construction activities. So that represents an additional $330,000 savings in our operating budget by bringing those resources online. And then the last resource that we have requested that has a cost neutral or maybe even some cost savings associated with it is our environmental enforcement officer. These are the individuals that enforce our sewer use bylaw and our ICI facilities to make sure they adhere to our bylaw and don't impact our sewer infrastructure and our wastewater plant. And right now, we are generating over $7 million worth of revenue annually for this program, but there are more businesses that we need to get to. And certainly this has a huge impact on environmental protection as well. So at the end of the day, between our operating and our capital budget, we are seeing the addition of we're requesting 14 FTEs as part of this year's budget process. It has a $300,000 impact on our operating budget, but like Dan mentioned earlier, it actually has a significant savings on our capital budget as well.
So to paraphrase, the 14 staff, although you would think that it would come with significant increases in costs, it's actually cost neutral, or there's cost savings because we're taking on work that we were contracting out, et cetera, et cetera.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, that is correct. I'm not suggesting that's the exact case for every single position that's been requested, but at the summary of that is yes, that we are creating a number of efficiencies. We're bringing this work in house, and it's actually costing us less money.
Good work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thank you, staff.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Ferguson for a second time. You have to unmute yourself, sir.
I just want to get a further update from you, or further information from you on the 6.5 million at Kenilworth. You know, I don't like to, send a message that staff should heavily pad budgets when they bring it to us. So would it be possible before you do the award of the contract to bring a consent item back to, or staff report item back to Public Works so we could take a look at it before you award? We do meet every 2 weeks, so it shouldn't take too long.
Andrew?
Through the chair, we're absolutely willing to do that. I think I saw the draft motion, and I think it's kind of got that intent built into it, but we're certainly happy to come back with further details in terms of costing before the contract is awarded.
Okay, because I didn't see that intent in there, but if you assured us here publicly, that's fine with me. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. And back to Councillor Wilson for a third time.
Thanks, Chair.
I'm sorry, Councillor Jackson. I'm sorry to interrupt you, no, Councillor Wilson.
Not at all.
Am I missing Councillor Jackson? Councillor Jackson, did you ask to speak?
Yeah, Madam Deputy Mayor, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, it's just in light of Councillor Ferguson's request that the intent of my motion that I was going to put forward was basically to direct staff to do it, but to come back with the plan, with timelines and updates to us. And again, my motion on the Kenilworth Reservoir removal of the contaminated soil, now that it's been discovered, was that would be option one, and that the upset limit of 6.5 million would stay in place. If it could be lowered, that's wonderful. But I'm just a bit worried by Councillor Ferguson's request that, well, let it come back to Public Works as a consent item, and maybe then we'll decide. If I misinterpreted what he had to say, I apologize. If he just simply wanted to see what the two options may be and the total cost, whether it's going to Quebec, which was the original plan, or up to TerraPure, I'm okay with that. But I think overall, I'm still going to stand by moving my motion, seconded by Councillor Marula, to direct staff that option one of removal is the way to go ultimately, and not option two, which basically says, let's just reuse the contaminated soil around the reserve. So I just wanted to make that clear, Madam Deputy Mayor. And secondly, I just, since I'm speaking at this moment, in light of the fact that Shadok has been mentioned, in light of the fact that Kenilworth Reservoir information and option one has come back. If you recall, a month ago, I said that I was a little dismayed that there were some parts of the first presentation that, in my opinion, were omitted. I'm really pleased, and want to go out of my way to thank Senior Director Grice for now a path forward with Shadok, obviously an accelerated path, but with money earmarked, as he has said, the 3 to 4 million that is in the budget for Shadok Rehab in some way or fashion, and with what he has brought back so quickly, 4 options for committee and council on Kenilworth Reservoir. I'm more than happy today to support the 4.28% proposed rate increase requested. Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. And just to assure you, I have not forgotten that you are wanting to do a motion. I think at this point, just to clarify, that once the speakers are finished, we'll receive the presentation and then bring forward your motion. Is that correct, Madam Clerk? Before we do the report? Okay. So are you okay with that, Councillor Jackson? Okay. Thank you. Sorry I interrupted you, Councillor Wilson, but Councillor Jackson was a first-time speaker. Go ahead. You have the floor.
No, not at all. Thank you. I just wanted to know if Mr. Grice was able to explain to me the 24% reduction in the sustainable initiatives item in Appendix A, and it's also referenced in all the other appendices, of course. B.
Thank you.
Sure. So through the chair, so sorry that we had to do a little digging in the background to get an answer, though. Thank you for your patience. So this does represent a reduction, and I'm just trying to read between the lines here, and I'm wondering if the word sustainable initiatives was one of the triggers. So this just represents a section within Hamilton Water, not a particular project that we would run. And this is actually continuing to right size our budget. So this reduction is associated with contractual services line items in that program and trying to align it with our 5-year historical spends. So in the past, you would have likely seen a positive variance at year end within this line item, and working with our finance team, we're just trying to put in the proper funds that we are actually spending on a year-over-year basis.
Okay, so just so I understand what that means, normally you have money left over and you're just trying to align it to what it always comes out year after year in. Is that sort of layperson summary?
Yep, so through the chair, that is correct. It is not a cut. It is aligning with our historical spend. So we do a lot of work internally, but we also leverage different contractors and consultants to help out with some of our work. And in the past couple of years, we would have had a surplus at the end of the year. So we are right sizing that budget with what we've spent historically.
Okay, thank you. I get that. I do have one final question, and I'm sorry, but this is really important to me. And to Mr. Grice, if you could help me figure out, going back to a question about the wastewater treatment plant expansion, if we know that, for example, we get more phosphorus loaded into our harbor and Coots from urban runoff compared to that which comes from a CSO runoff, why are we proportionately, should we not be also focusing in our budget on measures and means in which to deal with those loadings which come from urban runoff versus a plant expansion?
Andrew?
So through the chair, I think this is really two things that go hand in hand. So we are going to have an obligation to expand our wastewater plant to meet the additional flows, but you're absolutely correct that we still have a lot of urban runoff as well as a combined sewer system. These are the types of initiatives that will come out of our flooding and drainage master servicing study. That is a study that is underway that is focused entirely on the combined sewer network, and it will carry with it some significant investments that will offset those urban runoff type of initiatives or reduce overflows from happening in the future. Just to give you an example of some of the initiatives that may come out of that are, the city has been very strategic over the years. As we go through our State of Good Repair program, we try to do our best to separate our systems in the lower core. But ultimately, at this point, they're still connected into a combined sewer network. But because of all these investments of council in the past, we're getting to the point where with some strategic investments in key locations, we can actually pull some neighborhoods off of our combined sewer network. So those are the types of initiatives that are going to come out of this study. And some of these dollars, again, are earmarked in our 10-year capital plan. But I think the early indicator is that this is probably a $500 million type of initiative. And I think we might have maybe $90 million earmarked in our 10-year plan to tackle some of the results of this study. But those are just some of the initiatives that we'll be trying to do. But at the same time, we still need to make sure that we have a wastewater plant that can accept all of our sanitary flows and treat it to the level of service that we've made commitments to from the RAP process.
Thank you. I just have one final process question. Given the growing public interest, unfortunately born of a crisis, in our water, wastewater, stormwater. Have we ever, or would we contemplate doing public engagement in this budget process to enable the public to, you know, how we have the one day that we set aside in the operating budget? Is that something that we would consider doing for this, or engaging even in our waterkeeper partners? Through you, that's my final question. Thank you.
Andrew?
Through you, Madam Deputy
Dan?
Mayor, if I could jump in on that one. Traditionally, that's never been the way that we've gone through the budgeting process, Councillor, and it would likely not be timely this time around. But
indeed.
if that's something that Council would wish us to do going forward, we would certainly work that into the process. I would imagine that would probably have to take place August, September time to make sure that we had enough time to hear what the community was saying in order for us to be able to reflect that in any requests that we brought forward.
I think, thank you. I think there's still a huge gap between public understanding, including my own, of this very intensive system, and then what actually happens in terms of long-term quality. And I think it's in our best interest to try and bridge that understanding into that, have that investment of people investing their time and their understanding in how this works and how it's financed, and or how it's not financed. So that will be something in which I will have a discussion with the city manager with. Thank you very much for your time and all the work you've done on your report.
Thank you, Councillor. First time speaker, Mayor Eisenberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm assuming we're in a position to move the item 6.2, which I'm happy to do at this point. I heard you say a minute ago that we were going to deal with another motion first. I think this is the kind of the first item that's on the docket here today, and then we can certainly deal with Councillor Jackson's motion thereafter. So I'd be prepared to move item 6.2, the receipt of the report, and the recommendation to set the water and rate budget. Seconded by Councillor Pearson, I see.
Okay. I'm just going to check with the clerk. What does that do to the organization here?
Madam Deputy Mayor, we're just still on questions of the presenters for the presentation. So if you wanted to finish that, I think you only have one more speaker, Councillor Ferguson.
So far.
And then you receive the presentation, and then certainly you can move, the mayor can move the report.
At what point do we move Councillor Jackson's motion?
You can move it as an amendment to the report, or separately from the report. It's fine.
So I would like to, Councillor Jackson, do you have a druther about which way that goes?
He's saying no.
Okay. All right.
Madam Chair, I didn't realize there was another speaker. I've been listening intently to all the speakers, but if you'll come back to me, I'll make the appropriate motions.
I will absolutely do that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Ferguson for the third time.
Yes, Madam Chair. I just want to put Councillor Jackson at rest. I support taking it off site. I understand exactly what he's thinking and how it's the appropriate thing to do. What I want to do is get a report back on what it will actually cost. I have 32 years experience in moving heavy earth, heavy volumes of earth, and $800 per cubic meter sounds over the top. Typically, an excavation done with very small equipment would be $15 a cubic meter, and to haul it to TerraPure might be another $15, so that's $30. I'm not sure what TerraPure charges per ton or per cubic meter or per load now. I have no idea. It used to be $60 a ton, which would be $120 a meter, but I have no idea how he gets $800. I don't want to see that before they make the final award, but I do support taking it off site.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. And so that was our last speaker, unless, no, I don't see any on the board. So at this point, we'll be moved by sorry, I'm going to start that sentence again. Moved by Mayor Eisenberger and seconded by Councillor Pearson that we receive the presentation. So the vote will be on the screen momentarily, she said optimistically.
So excuse me, Madam Chair, is this to approve the recommendations?
This is to receive the presentation.
Thank you.
The presentation by Andrew Grice and Brian McMullen. Strictly receiving it.
Vote is on its way.
There it is. Process will be to move and second the report, to put the report on the floor, and then we'll deal with an amendment to the report by Councillor Jackson and Councillor Marula. So moved by, sorry, does someone want to say something?
I'm happy to move it, but I'd like to speak to it as well.
I'll be happy to do that as soon as I get you a seconder. So moved by the mayor, seconded by Councillor Pearson, to put the report on the floor. And then, do you want to speak to it before we vote, or do you want to speak to it after we vote, sir? We don't vote. Oh, excuse me, we don't vote yet.
Madam Deputy Mayor, you do not vote now. You're just putting a report on the floor. Thank you.
Okay. All right. You get me all mixed up here. Okay.
No, I didn't do that.
No, you didn't do that.
No, good.
I managed to do that all by myself.
Okay.
So, Mr.
Must be a
Miller.
mask. Yes. Thank you. And you know what?
No, it's the lack of oxygen. Hide the mask.
Take a deep breath.
I am.
Thank you, and thanks to staff for their hard work on this file. You know, we set out this rates-based budget, quite some time ago, and all about having consumption pay for the investments that we need to make in the system. And so far, it's been exceptionally successful. We've had some enormous investments from both our federal and provincial governments in terms of the treatment plants and facilities. And we're heading towards, I think the original estimate for the overall upgrade was somewhere in the order of about $800 million for both the quality of the effluent, in other words, the phosphorus ammonia issue, as well as the, getting to the next step, which is dealing with our ever increasing quantity. And that's certainly a continuing issue, especially in light of our combined sewer system, that we get the volume numbers up as well. So I look forward to the continuing investment. Having said that, we're still dramatically low on the water rate side. And even though we've made an all-in budget, rate and operating, we are still at the low end compared to other municipalities, but trying to balance that affordability issue, going forward as well. But at some point, we need to either bump up the investment numbers to get more dollars into the system, to be able to cover some of the additional shortfalls in terms of other pumping stations and the things that need attention that are are aging. They were talking today about water pipes and water lines that are 70 years old. At some point, we need to get to them, and that really requires probably a much more significant jump in the rates. But that's not where we're at today. So I think, we are managing this system, I think, quite effectively. This rate increase is, some might characterize it as excessive. I don't think that's the case at all. It really invests in the infrastructure that our water and sewer system actually requires. And we should actually do more, but this is at the least we could do. Since we've intermingled the issues, I just want to touch on what Councillor Ferguson was talking about in terms of the $6.5 million soil removal issue. So I'm assuming, since I suspect it's becoming an amendment to this report or a separate motion. I don't know what Councillor Jackson means by separate.
I think, sir, what he means is he doesn't care which way that goes.
Oh.
So it could be an amendment or it could be a separate motion.
All right, so one of those. Okay, so I'm so this is going to require a procurement process. I'm assuming this is not just going to be throw a number in the air and have somebody come and do it. So there's going to be a procurement process, a competitive procurement process to have this soil removed. So can I ask through you to either Andrew or Dan, what your next step is in terms of fulfilling that, because I don't suspect this is going to be a direct pay kind of process. We have a procurement process we have to fulfill, and that's certainly going to give us hopefully a competitive pricing that we can rely on. So I don't dismiss Councillor Ferguson's experience, but at the same time, we have a process that we need to evolve. So can we just clarify that?
Dan?
To you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that's correct, Mr. Mayor. We will be, once the studies are done, to confirm the kind of the scale and the breadth of the work that has to be done here, including all the new material that we're going to have to bring in to replace the existing material that we're taking off site. There is absolutely no problem with us working into that process, a report to council, so that council is very aware of the details of this before we award it to any contractor. So it won't be done time and material. It will absolutely be done through a competitive process. I expect, and just chatting with Andrew here, I think it would be probably closer to the spring by the time we would get all that work in place and be able to award the contract. And likely the work would be done in the good weather during the summer next year. And if I may just add to that, if it brings a little more comfort to council and specifically to Councillor Ferguson, on our big projects, we have become accustomed to reporting back to council and actually retiring what we're calling retiring risk. And so essentially on the Woodward upgrade, it's an excellent example. On 2 separate occasions through the budget process, we have returned, I think in total, about $12 million that was assigned to the Woodward upgrade project back into the general reserves of water and wastewater, because we did see efficiencies and we saw that risk did not materialize. So
Oops. I think we lost Dan there for a second, but I think he made his point.
Dan just got the Windows 10 update message just came through on his computer at the end of his speech, but he was just trying to finish up with suggesting that we've continued to retire risk on our programs, and certainly we will continue to do that in this regard. So if we do get competitive pricing and it comes in lower than the amount, certainly we'll report that back to council and that money would be put back into the reserves.
Perfect. So I mean, I don't want to leave it like we're going to be unhappy or happy with the number. I mean, it's not immaterial, but certainly we have to fulfill the procurement process and get competitive bidding. And obviously we want to do it as cost effectively as possible, but still achieving the outcome, which is to have this removed and replaced with clean soil. So I'm completely comfortable with that, and I appreciate the good work our staff are doing. And I look forward to finalizing the rate budget so that they can get on with the business of setting the rate and getting the information out there sooner rather than later, because that takes some time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Clark, first time on this.
Thank you. I just wanted to make some really quick comments, because I was one of the ones, Mr. Mayor, that did raise concerns about the 4.2% projected increase when we started all of this discussion, and I was really concerned about the ability to pay by our residents. But as you go through the budget process and you go through the budget documents and you begin to realize that we have included the rehabilitations with the Shadow Creek and the issue of the Kenilworth property, you start to understand where that 4.28% came from. I am still cognizant and paying attention very carefully to the impacts on residents as on a go-forward basis, but there is justification for the 4.28% this year. With regards to the removal of the materials, I can tell you that the tipping fees for the Stony Creek regional facility that's operated by TerraPure is currently $50 a metric ton. That's $50 a metric ton. I understand that the tipping fees to the hazardous landfills is much higher, which is predictable. So that may played into the projections that our staff provided. But I do want to take this opportunity, Madam Deputy Mayor, to thank Mr. McKinnon, Mr. Grice, and all of the staff for their discussions with me, for helping to clarify many issues for me, and for the comprehensive nature of the documents that are before us. It really does help us as councillors do our job. So I'll support the motion today, but I still have concerns about as we move forward with our budget for operations, the ability of residents to pay given what we're experiencing right now. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, I do thank staff for, I mean, it's a great report. There's lots of good information in here. I really, excuse me, I really do have an issue with the ability to pay. And, you know, with a 4.28% increase, jumping from you know, the 38 to 91. I'm really struggling with it. I understand in terms of the other issue with removing the soil, the money is going to be coming from a reserve fund. That's money we already have. It's already come off taxpayers and it's in the reserve fund, and that's what's going to be used. And I can support that 100% and agree with Councillor Jackson. But when it comes back to this capital budget, I'm really, really worried. You know, this is going to be just a terrible fall for a lot of people, and we're not anywhere near getting out of the woods yet. So I can't support this at 4.28%, and I get it that you know, it's not a lot of money for some people, but it is a lot of money for a lot of people out there, especially those that aren't working and those that haven't been working since March. So those are my comments, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Partridge. Councillor Wilson for first time.
Just clarification first from you, Chair. Are we speaking to Councillor Jackson's motion now, or are we speaking to the report recommendations?
No, we're speaking strictly to the report recommendation.
Okay. Thank you, because I do have a question of clarification on the motion, but I guess, thank you. I'm very, very grateful for all the work that was put into the budget, but to the mayor's comment so I've been here for 2 years now. His comment that we need to start bumping up the investment money so we can get more money into the system, because that system is it's getting older, of course, by the day, and the extremes are getting greater in terms of climate. I guess my question to staff is, when is that going to happen? Because the constituents of Ward 1 are also feeling the pain, but they've also told me that, particularly after this incident that happened at Shadoke, that priority for them is taking on our infrastructure deficit and investing seriously in that subsurface infrastructure. It isn't sexy, but it's absolutely fundamental to the environment. So when is the intention of us starting to go from the lowest rate to even like a few? Because it is within the grasp of affordability. The data shows that we're at the lowest in terms of the percentage of income going to pay for this. So what's the plan for that, do you think? What kind of direction or agenda do you need in order to bring us back something that is gets us out of the basement, to Mr. Zagarek or to Mr. McKinnon?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, it's Dan here, and I apologize. I'm on my phone now.
No, we heard about your Windows 10, yeah.
Yeah, no problem. And I'll ask Mike if he wants to follow up on it. But I think that we are on the cusp of completing a number of studies, whether it be the flooding and drainage master plan, the water wastewater master plan as it relates to growth in the community. We have to complete that over the next couple of years. I think that one of the items on our work plan between Andrew and I working with finance next year is to bring something back to council to give you a better sense of what a different approach might be. I guess a couple of things come to mind. I do want to reinforce this idea that these are three separate and very distinct systems, whether it be the drinking water system, the wastewater system, or the storm system. And I know it's easy to kind of conflate them and feel like they're all one system, but they are three very distinct systems with different investment profiles that are required for sustainability, and obviously provide different benefits to the community. I think one of the reasons that we see on the drinking water side, and especially on the linear, that we have moved into what I would say is the recommended rate of reinvestment is as a result of the financial plan that we were compelled to do and bring to council as a result of regulations under the Drinking Water or Safe Drinking Water Act. And so I don't envision immediately legislation to compel us to do that from a wastewater or stormwater perspective. But it does make good sense to do that so that council can see each one of these systems standing on their own with their own reinvestment profiles that would speak to sustainability and beyond some of the investments that Hamilton is making as with respect to protecting and enhancing the environment. So that's probably a long-winded way of saying that we are going to be turning our minds to this next year. I've already spoken to Andrew about this, and we'll definitely work with Mike's team to make sure that the finance lens is a part of this.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So in summary, you've got some serious reports that are coming up that are going to have to chart a direction forward on the money in which to achieve those necessities. I'm letting my colleagues know and constituents of Ward 1 that it's not a badge of honor to be at the bottom of the list in terms of our rates. And this is going to be the last year in which I'm going to be supporting that, that basement dwelling. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. That is the end of our speakers, and in conversation with the mayor, we're going to approve. We're going to put the approval of this report on the floor. Following approval of the report, then Councillor Jackson and Councillor Marula's motion will go on the floor as a separate motion. Okay. Okay. So I do not have any speakers. So, and I already have a mover and seconder for the report. It's Mayor Eisenberger and Councillor Maria Pearson. So the vote is on the screen. This is for approval. Thank you. And now, Councillor Jackson, would you like to put your motion on the floor?
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. And I just want to say I appreciate Councillor Ferguson's reassurances, and I have always acquiesced to his 32 years in the private sector when it comes to construction and his knowledge to help us make a decision. Moved by myself, seconded by Ward 4 Councillor Sam Marula, that staff be directed to remove the contaminated soil at the Kenilworth Reservoir and replace it with clean fill at an upset cost of $6.5 million to be funded from the Water Reserve. The account number is listed, and report back to the General Issues Committee with information reports, consent reports, and timelines for the removal. Seconded by Councillor Marula. And just a couple of procedural notes here, Madam Deputy Mayor. I consulted with LC Paparella, and although typically Hamilton Water on a normal basis throughout the year reports to Public Works, but because this was initiated at GIC today with the water rates budget proposal, and GIC, if you will, has carriage of the file from today, we thought it best that Hamilton Water staff report back to GIC as well. And again, it shows there as an upset limit. And again, it's based on the main consultant, Sarati, who recommended removal over reuse. And as you saw also on slide 42 from Senior Director Grice, he showed basically 4 or 5 pros to advantages to removal versus 4 or 5 disadvantages to reusing the contaminated soil at the site. So, Madam Deputy Mayor, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Marula, and hoping for committee and council support. And again, it's coming out of the existing reserve in Hamilton Water. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I have 2 people on the speakers list, Councillor Partridge and Councillor Clark. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I do support the motion, absolutely. I'm just wondering if there needs to be a timeline included in reporting back, such as the end of 2020 or because we do have the Christmas and we do have the New Year, and we're going to lose some weeks there. So I just put that out there to Councillor Jackson and Marula to just consider if that's something that they want to put a request in to have staff report back within a timeline. Thank you.
Thank you. And so I'll just go, sorry, Councillor Jackson. Clerk Paparella has something she wants to interject here.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, just for clarification, the deadline for the last December cycle is today. So you may want to look at early in the new year rather than the December cycle. Thank you.
Councillor Jackson.
Madam Deputy Mayor, and I'll let Senior Director Grice chime in. But I was satisfied when I heard Director Grice mention about coming back with a hopeful, finalized plan or a plan for plans for consideration in Q1 of 2021. And I'm also being respectful of the fact that they have a new accelerated timeline with the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks January 22nd to get their work plan in for Shadok as well. But I appreciate Councillor Partridge wanting to make sure we don't lose sight of this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Partridge, were you done?
Yes, Madam Chair, that's perfectly fine with me. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So my question, I think, would be to Mr. McKinnon or Mr. Grice. First, I will be supporting Councillor Jackson's motion. I've informed him of that earlier. The classifications of the soil. So I understand that the soil has been tested. I understand now you're confident that the soil does not need to go to a hazardous waste landfill. So that means it would be going to an ICI landfill, non-hazardous. I want comfort in knowing that this soil can't be moved from here and shipped to another property that's looking for soil to do grading. So grading around a residential site, industrial site, whatever the case is, that we're literally going to be putting it into a landfill somewhere.
Andrew?
So through the chair, Councillor Clark is absolutely correct. This is destined for a landfill site. The councillor alluded to, you know, the levels. It may not meet the hazardous requirement, so it may go to an ICI facility, but certainly will not be going to any reuse purpose. It will be going to a landfill site.
Thank you. That brings me a great deal of comfort. Is it possible, Mr. Grice, if certain areas of the soil testing might, I'm going to use a colloquial term, blow hotter than other areas of the soil, that some of the materials would go to a different landfill than the TerraPure site? Or are you comfortable that all of the soil that is around that reservoir is all within the threshold of a non-hazardous ICI landfill?
So through the chair, like I mentioned, we are still continuing to do testing, but we have performed leachate testing, and we chose the call it the nastiest of the material that we could find there, which passed. So we are fairly optimistic that all this material will be able to go to an ICI landfill. But again, until we get in there and start doing the excavation, we may find some hot spots, but right now we are not expecting that to be the case.
Thank you. And to Councillor Jackson's motion, really quick, I support it. This is the appropriate thing to do. It's colloquial known as a dig and dump. So to clean up that facility around the Kenilworth Water Reserve and move the materials to the appropriate non-hazardous ICI landfill is the correct thing to do for the environment, and then bring in clean soil or fill to put that back in around the reserve. So I'm very pleased to support this. I don't expect that it would hit the 6.5 million based on what Mr. Grice is telling me with regards to the fact that the materials all tested within the purview of a non-hazardous ICI landfill and institutional, commercial, and industrial. So I'm fully supportive. I think this is the correct thing to do, and I'm glad that he brought the motion forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is that it? Oh, Councillor Wilson, you had another question. You have the floor.
Thanks, Chair. I just had a question with respect to the process. When we were first told, and I support the motion, so that's not when we were first told, alerted of this contaminated soil, it was also premised on the fact that as a industrial city with a legacy, we have this across Hamilton in spots we haven't even discovered yet. So the money for moving and mediating this is coming from a water reserve. I guess my question is, what do we do? Or do we have a threshold or a policy that guides us when we find the next contaminated spot of soil? And because I don't suppose it's in our interest to keep dipping into our water reserve. So when do we decide whether that needs to be moved? Is it the size of it? Is it because it was in close proximity to a reservoir? I'm trying to ascertain in the future, what are we going to use to guide ourselves as a council in determining whether something gets moved or not, and what its funding source is going to be from here on in. Thank you. If someone could help me understand, do we have a process, first of all, that guides us in when something needs to be moved or not? And then do we have a sustainable funding source for that? Thank you.
So I'm not sure, would that go to Mike Sagarik or Dan McKinnon?
Madam Deputy Mayor, it's Dan here. So I guess the answer is we don't have what I would call a documented policy for this. As I think Andrew mentioned before, contaminated soil is kind of I don't want to say it's an everyday occurrence, but it happens often in large quantities and small, depending on what work we're doing. It is almost always associated with some kind of capital or maintenance rehabilitation work. So generally speaking, our approach has been to use any of the capital money that was associated with that particular project as the funding source for it. So sometimes that would be out of the levy budget for a road project. It may be out of a facilities budget for facilities if we do indeed encounter contaminated soils with a facilities project. But the rationale for identifying the water reserve here was just because it was associated with a water facility. So
right.
That's generally the approach that we've taken. It certainly feels like a coherent approach to it, but there is no documented policy as far as I'm aware of at the moment.
Well, thank you, Dan. I appreciate that it's coming out of the water reserve because it was near a reservoir. But it seems to me that if we're going to, as we're redeveloping our city with intensification and trying to update some of our old infrastructure, we could the likelihood is come across more of this. And I think it would be in our interest not to I think we do need a policy. We do need some sort of framework in which to guide our decision making around this, and when do we haul and how do we pay and what thresholds. So if I could perhaps work with someone in your office in devising a motion that maybe instructs staff to come up with some sort of framework, it would make me feel more comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And that is the end of my speakers list. And so we do have this moved by Councillor Jackson and Councillor Marula, and this is to do with the Kenilworth Reservoir soil removal. And we'll need to vote on, it's on your screen.
Councillor.
All right, we're on to motions, which is item 8.1, stormwater gap evaluation. Councillor Danko, would you please introduce your motion?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And I don't have a seconder lined up, so if there's somebody that would like to second, so Councillor Nan.
Councillor
Thank
Nan.
you. So this motion was a result of some discussions with our staff and furthers on the rate budget discussion today. So I'll just read it out and then speak to it real quick. So whereas the stormwater management is an essential service provided by the City of Hamilton that protects the property, livelihood, safety, and health of residents, businesses, infrastructure, and natural waterways in every part of the city. Whereas climate change mitigation requirements and current extreme weather events have punctuated the importance of a robust and functional stormwater management system throughout the city. Whereas there was a reorganization in 2019 that resulted in the Hamilton Water Division assuming responsibility for a number of stormwater programs and projects. Whereas the existing assets managed by Hamilton Water include stormwater management facilities, municipal drains, water courses, drainage easements, pumping stations, sections of shoreline, combined sewer overflow tanks, and outfalls. Whereas Hamilton Water expects to assume operation of 25 additional stormwater management facilities in the next few years. There are known and unknown gaps in the existing stormwater programs, particularly with respect to maintaining a sustainable level of service. And whereas asset management data is essential to the long-term performance of city infrastructure and reliable, stable financial strategy. Therefore, be it resolved that Hamilton Water staff be directed to perform a comprehensive evaluation of all city stormwater programs to identify existing gaps, immediate needs, risks to the city, including risks from climate change and extreme weather, outline levels of service that the city should strive to achieve, quantify funding requirements along with options for long-term maintenance, second cycle replacements, and financing alternatives, and then report back to the Public Works Committee in the first quarter of 2021 with an information report back. So like I said, on this motion, this is developed in consultation with our water staff. And we just saw in the presentation today some of the assets that are in the stormwater portfolio, with an overall capacity of 1.6 million cubic liters, a number of pumping stations, municipal drains, 148 kilometers of water courses, the number of stormwater management ponds. It all adds up to, I think it was $1.46 billion in stormwater management assets throughout the city, with our current capital investment of an additional $2.53 billion over the next 10 years. So the stormwater system is a substantial part of our core services that we offer as a city. We also saw in the report today that we have, I think it was $7.7 million in work dedicated to COOTS already. And some of the work that we've just done in the last couple of years, in particular, Councillor Clark's directives to monitor the outfalls, Councillor Jackson's work to add some FTEs to the water staff to be able to look at some of that gap analysis, evaluation, and inspections. And then most recently, of course, Councillor Marula's motion to dedicate financing for the Shadow Creek and Coots Paradise. And then on top of that, historically, we've just invested, I think it was $340 million into the Woodward plant. The juggernaut up on the mountain is the Stone Church Storm Trunk Sewer, which is a major multi-million-dollar project. I don't know the exact number, but it was tens of millions of dollars. And our staff actually just won an award for that project. So while we're investing very heavily and substantially in the stormwater system, with the changeover to the water from roads, staff have identified some gaps and perhaps vulnerabilities in the system. So just overall, I think we all around this table recognize that stormwater management benefits everybody in this city. We're mitigating overland flooding, we're preventing damages to residents, to businesses, and those damages have very real financial impacts to both private residences, private business, and also the city, and of course, environmental impacts as well. Along with that is, of course, the challenges that we're facing with climate change and extreme weather, which are providing perhaps vulnerabilities in our system that hadn't existed before. So what this motion is really seeking to do is just to give staff official direction to proceed with some of their asset management work, which they're required to do under Ontario Regulation 588-17. And as part of that work, they have to assess the physical condition of our assets and also determine what level of service that we're going to provide as a city and provide financial planning. So again, this is just providing staff with the direction to move forward with that. And I think it's really building on the substantial investments that we have already made into our stormwater management system, and also recognizing the impacts of climate change and extreme weather. So the motion is before you, and I really see it as a continuation of the good work and the direction that this council and our staff has already initiated and put in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Danko. And Councillor Ferguson, you're the first speaker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure what's in this motion that we aren't already doing, that staff already has direction to do. I'm sensed, though, that it may be trying to get us closer to debating again the new tax, the stormwater tax, which was defeated in this term, it would need a 2/3 majority to rescind. So I don't know why we're repeating this over again and asking for information we already have. We saw during the presentation this morning that our water wastewater people are very busy. And this just adds another report onto it. Mind you, a lot of it's copy and paste because I've seen it before. But I just want to caution everybody that if we're going back to a stormwater tax, a new tax, that's already been defeated this term. That's all. Thanks.
Could I just ask the clerk to clarify, because that's a separate track and staff are currently working towards a stormwater management fee program, but that's a completely separate issue.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I would have to go back and look and see what was previously approved.
Or denied.
Or denied, and when it went, sorry.
Councillor?
That's what I'm done.
Okay. Councillor Clark, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So can I get some clarification? We said no to a stormwater management fee. Council said yes to staff looking at how we might implement one in the future. Is that correct, Mr. McKinnon?
Dan?
Sorry, just waiting for my camera to come on there. So through the chair, Councillor, you are correct. So we have been in front of council, I think it was 2019, with an update on a proposed stormwater rate structure. I don't recall that being defeated when it was discussed. It was strictly information, and we were directed to go back and evaluate further incentive-based programs. We have not brought a subsequent report back to committee, but that is what I understand our direction to be so far this term of council.
And can you help me, perhaps your understanding, which is more important than it is my understanding, what this motion does that is different than what you are currently doing?
Andrew?
So through the chair, I think this motion helps formalize where we might see some of the gaps in our program. So certainly we are active in a number of areas within our stormwater program, but what we're finding is we are not keeping up. I think a very simple example would be our stormwater pond program. So in order for a stormwater pond to remain functional, you need to maintain it, you need to dredge it on a periodic frequency, otherwise you lose its ability for stormwater effluent quality. You also lose its ability for stormwater volume control, which can lead to flooding incidents. So that is an area where we've identified there is a gap. So it's not that we're not doing anything, but we are not doing nearly enough. And stormwater is starting to become a more regulated business, kind of following suit along with the drinking water system. So there are a number of gaps, and when I read this motion, it really tells me that I can, bring those back forward for council's digestion, so we can show them what we're doing well and where we have opportunities to close some of those gaps. And like Councillor Danko alluded to, really minimize risk to our customers and businesses.
Councillor?
Will this study be an internal process, or will you be hiring outside consultants to do the work?
Through the chair, this is something that would be done internally. The councillor's request here, I'm just scanning through it as I'm looking to the side on my screen here, is work that we can all do internally. We have much of this information available, but there is a lot of new information that has come up in the last 12 months from our team since really diving into the stormwater program. So we have this information. It's just a matter of putting it together in a logical report format that we can share back with committee and council.
Councillor?
And the last question would be, this work that you're doing here as compared to our infrastructure deficit of close to $3 billion, which includes roads, everything under the sun, are there parallels between the two works, the two studies?
Andrew?
So through the chair, I certainly think there is some parallels there. I mean, we try to coordinate as much of our work with other capital construction that is carried out, especially within the right-of-way for our programs, as well as development. So certainly we'll be incorporating feedback from development, like our colleagues in planning and economic development, as that relates to our stormwater program. But certainly this is not a takeaway in isolation Hamilton Water Report. It would require feedback from multiple stakeholders around the city of Hamilton.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Grice. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Nan, first time speaker.
Thank you through the chair, and thank you to the previous speaker for the questions. And also thank you to Councillor Danko for moving the motion. When I read it over, it really does help give us, I believe, as a council and a city, the information that we need to enable us to look at stormwater services, both in terms of the impact of what we're doing currently, understanding really clear what the needs and gaps are for us to consider in future investment, and clarity of the picture and scope that Director Grice just outlined. So I'll be happy to support the motion. And again, with my thanks to the mover. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. Councillor Partridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of questions through you to Andrew. Andrew, whereas there was a reorganization in 2019 that resulted in the Hamilton Water Division assuming responsibility for a number of stormwater programs and projects, I remember a report coming forward, which I think you did mention as well. What was the reorganization that took place?
Andrew?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, if I may jump in on this one, I've got my computer working again.
Yes, please.
That was actually a continuous improvement project that I asked my team, internal team, to have a look at with respect to kind of the disparate nature of where stormwater was being managed across Public Works. And through that process, when we did a complete inventory, we made the decision to move some puzzle pieces around, and it made sense to bring it all within Hamilton Water's portfolio because of the nexus between a lot of those facilities and the wastewater facilities as well. And so through that process, when we inventoried all of the assets that we are required to look after and all of the regulatory obligations from an environmental compliance perspective, we did identify some gaps. And that was one of the concerns that I had when I initiated the continuous improvement project to start with, was that I did have a concern that there was some lost lambs out there when it came to how we manage our storm system. So internally, the result of that was that we moved the lion's share of stormwater into Hamilton Water, and that's been reconciled through the budget process both last year and this year.
Well, thank you, Dan. I appreciate that. Now, did that result in a movement of staff as well, or a reduction in staff anywhere?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, there was staff that were moved out of the Transportation Operations and Maintenance Division, and they were moved into Hamilton Water. And then the program has already evolved since then to try to mitigate some of the risks that we identified. There was no reduction in staff. My expectation is that as we work our way through this and we find we can clearly articulate where the gaps are, my expectation is that we would not be able to get away with fewer staff.
So thank you. That is exactly where I was thinking as well. But my question, because to me, there's no doubt whatever report comes back to us is probably going to have a request attached to it for some additional staff. I am concerned though about the adding to the workload of staff. Certainly the water division has a tremendous amount of work, just, trying to keep your head above water kind of thing. And I did hear as well, Madam Chair, that there will be other divisions that will be required to help prepare this report. So I don't know whether it be Andrew or Dan, but, how many staff and how intensive is what this motion is asking for in information to come back? How long is it going to take your staff, and will it pull them away from other projects?
Dan? Andrew?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm going to look to Andrew. I think we're probably talking second quarter next year, maybe third quarter. I don't see this as an extraordinary strain on Andrew's staff. A lot of the inventory that we had done through the continuous improvement project, really there's a bulk of material there that I don't want to say cut and paste, but it essentially is cut and paste. So I think a lot of the hard work was done through that continuous improvement project, and so I think a lot of that will end up forming the kind of the main body of this report.
Okay, thank you. So I heard you say second or third quarter for the report back, but in the motion it's asking for a report back to Public Works Committee in the first quarter of 2021. Is that doable?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm just getting the signal here from Andrew that he thinks he can do that. He can get it done by Q1, so that we should be fine.
Interesting. And there will be no outside consultants used to in the process of getting this report together?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that's correct. As I mentioned, the bulk of the legwork has essentially been done as a result of that other process. So really, it's just kind of reforming it and putting it in a, I guess, putting it in the context for a different audience, if you will.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the answers very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wilson, floor is yours.
Thank you. Just a brief comment of support, Chair. Mr. McKinnon has just underscored the fact that this will not be taxing. I like the methodology that is set out, and that will provide a clear, thoughtful, planned roadmap for stormwater, which we know is becoming increasingly impactful on the quality of our urban creeks that run across this ward and through our neighborhoods and affect our ecological sustainability. So I think it will be a very thoughtful outcome, and thank you to the mover. I'll be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor. I have no more speakers on my speakers list, just double checking. And so the motion is before you, moved by Councillor John Paul Danko and Councillor Nan.
You out? Sorry, Councillor.
And the vote passes unanimously. So we'll see you in the farmers market meeting at 2:30. Thank you. Thank you all.